Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It is 4 p.m. Let's go ahead and get started. Welcome to everyone that's in the building. I sincerely hope that everyone is feeling well and finding ways to adjust to the changing temperature and weather conditions. Rain, sunshine, heat, a little cool. If you should ever need to know what decisions were made at our board meetings, feel free to reach out to the superintendent, board members, or Mrs. Hayes. Minutes of our meetings are posted on the website after they're approved during the following month's meeting. We encourage everyone to stay informed because the correct knowledge is power. I have the distinct honor and pleasure to introduce our minister for today, Minister West. He is a lay minister at Grace Methodist Church of Clinton. He also serves as a chaplain at Sampson Regional Medical Center, a position which he has held for approximately 40 years. He is also a local artist who delights in painting our community's historical sites. As you probably remember, Minister West recently gifted Clinton City Schools with his original painting of College Street School at our August board meeting, and we thank you for that, Minister West. Please join me in welcoming Minister G.W. West.
Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
It's an honor to be here today. Let's go to the Lord in prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you, Lord, for this beautiful day. Lord, it's been so bad weather lately, but you brought us a good one. Thank you, Father. Dear Lord, I praise you and just thank you for each person here tonight, for all the talents they have and the goodness they do by going forth to helping our children, our young children. That's our future, dear Lord. Father, I know it breaks my heart when I see things on TV and I see where schools have been broke into and people have been hurt. And dear Lord, we can do better. Lord, please bring it upon our hearts and let knowledge come from you, Lord. For always comes from you. Let us know how we can do a better job. I know we do the best we can, but dear Lord, we can always do better. Protect your children. Protect each person here, Lord, and help them go home safely and let them enjoy their family. Dear Lord, another blessing from you. Bless each one. In Christ's name we pray. And we give you praise and glory. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Minister West, for that inspirational prayer. Feel free to come back and join us at any time. And thank you for your many contributions to our community. Minister West informed me he had to leave. His wife is not well, so he's going home to take care of his wife. So special prayers for her as well. I welcome students and their parents, staff, community, all board members, those who are joining us in person and those who are joining us via live stream. Special thanks to Mr. Lowe this afternoon for assisting with the technology. Today is Wednesday, September 18th, 2024, and I officially call today the meeting of the Clinton City Schools Board of Education to order. Our theme is One Dark Horse United with Purposeful Action. Our vision is our destination, where we're going and when we plan to get there. Our mission is our purpose, our goal. While we exist, it inspires us to action. Our core values are what we believe. Our values drive us and motivate us to continue the course of action. Our goal is to live our theme, One Dark Horse United with Purposeful Action, to realize our vision and our mission and to fulfill our core values every day. The 2024-25 academic school year began 6 weeks ago. Welcome back again to our students and our staff. By now, everyone has found your space and you are finding ways to make the space a productive environment for you. Many thanks to everyone for working hard every day and for making every minute of every day count. Find ways to help each other and to listen to each other as we promote energy, pride, and excitement in our schools. I am pleased to announce that we will be joined later this afternoon, approximately 5:30 p.m., by our September Students of the Month and their parents and families. They are already exhibiting our theme. Our deepest gratitude is extended to our frontline and essential workers, those who care for us and protect us. Tonight, we're fortunate to have our own Chief of Clinton Police Department, Chief Davis, with us. Thank you, Chief Davis, and please let your staff know how much we appreciate what they do for us on a daily basis. As everyone knows, we can't do this work alone. Your hard work, commitment, and dedication are recognized and appreciated. Our thoughts are also extended to our students, employees, and their families who are coping with sickness and the loss of loved ones. Our deepest sympathy is extended to Ms. Yadira Fernandez and family as we mourn the loss of Andreas. A special remembrance is requested for our city, county, state, nation, and our international leaders and partners as we address all the challenges that we face today. No matter who or what we are today, we can all be better tomorrow. We are stronger together. I will begin with a roll call. Please answer as I call your name. Mr. Jeremy Edgerton.
Present.
Pastor Russ Emanuel.
Present.
Mr. Clark Mills.
Present, Madam Chair.
Dr. Oscar Rodriguez.
Present.
Ms. Carol Rose.
Present.
Attorney Rebecca Williams.
Present.
Thanks, Chris. Superintendent and his staff. Dr. Wesley Johnson.
Present.
Ms. Emily Devane.
Present.
Mr. John Lowe.
Present.
Dr. Teresa Molinas.
Present.
Ms. Sheila Peterson.
Present.
Dr. William Van.
Present.
And we're joined today by Ms. Raquel June, who is filling in for Mrs. Hayes. Please stand and join me in reciting the pledge of allegiance. I'll call Pastor Raquel to the podium for her public comment.
I'm ready.
Okay.
Madam Brunson and Clinton City Schools. I just wanted to come out today to kind of introduce myself. My name is Apostle Regina Lucius. I'm the founder of New Life Uplifted School. It's a private school. Don't shoot me down. I know the budget. Okay. God gave me this vision to establish this for children who were struggling academically and who were at risk because of behavior. Our school provides services for children with IEPs by partnering with some of the local therapy companies and counseling service in this city. I don't know why I'm nervous. I preach all the time. All right. Speech and language and rehabilitation and mediation centers of Eastern Carolina. So New Life School became a homeschooling program in 2018. And then in 2021, we were able to convert to a private school. Now we're a revival school. So I work with the Clinton City School because we revive. I only house 50 children. 50 children. So that means that when children have problems in the city school, they feel like it's just overwhelming. After the COVID, it just became too hard for children to adjust to large cities. So I had a vision for it. So I opened up this school so they could come. They could come, they could relax, they could kind of, be themselves and at the same time learn. I just want to introduce myself. I have a package here. Y'all can look at it. I didn't come to try to put nothing on you. I just want to know I'm here in the community. I'm here to help. Superintendent Johnson, he knows I'm here to help. And any way I can help, please, Chief of Police, they know. Okay? And any way I can help you, just reach out to me. If you're having problems with children, let's don't send them to the street no more. Okay, there's something going on in this city to help the children that are at risk. So let's don't put them out. Let's don't send them to the public. Let's come over there on 708 Sampson Street and see what's going on at New Life Uplifted School. All right? Okay? All right. I'm going to pass these out and I'm out of your way because I can't tell you everything in 4 minutes. Okay?
Thank you, Apostle Lucius.
And I don't get all the funding. I'm in the negative now at the bank.
All right, Ms. Worthing.
They're sponsored by me, my church family. I hope I have enough.
Oh, Lord, here, you can have it, you can give me money.
Make sure you get one down back.
Okay. She's going, I can cook it with you. So much, see that? She know, she'll tell you, I'm in the negative. And it's really nice. Thank you so much.
We all been in the ring before.
Thank you again for joining us, Pastor Lucius.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Faster, Jim. Thank you.
Next item on our agenda is special presentations. Tonight we have three. Chief Anthony Davis is going to share the SRO report, police report from last school year. We have an auditor, Mr. Adams, with us, and Ms. Cheryl Kimbrough is going to help us with our testing and accountability. In that order.
Understood. Oh, thanks. Yep.
Chief, make sure that mic's on. Yep, there you go.
Good.
I put these on, can't see.
Getting old.
So thank you for your time. Glad to be here. Just to reaffirm our commitment to safer schools and what we can do and assist and what changes need to be made. Also, unfortunately, what we done yesterday may not work tomorrow. So we got to be forward thinking on our, what we do in our schools, but safety and our students and staff. So I prepared a quick document that gives a reflection of last year's numbers compared to this year's numbers. And as you read through, and I'll just read a little bit from the top. CPD believes the safety of our schools is the utmost importance. Clinton City's Board of Education Administration has worked with the CPD to facilitate a safer school system. The team of SROs, patrol officers, and detectives assist Clinton City schools in focusing on the primary goals of educating and ensuring the safety of the community's youth. Right now, we assign Clinton High School and Sampson Middle School a single officer, and the remaining third officer must divide their time between Sunset Avenue, Butler Avenue, and LC Carr. The College Street Academy is served based on what the school student attends. The addition of third school resource officer has allowed CHS and Sampson Middle School to get the attention that was needed. And the elementary school resource officer has provided a more timely response to all of the school's needs. During the school year, CPD has completed 94 reports while working on campus across the city. All incidents are evaluated independently. SRO's decisions are made using student history of behavior, officer discretion, and our policies and local, state, federal laws. And again, the following chart, and I'm not going to go through this line by line, you can read over, is you got the 23 compared to 24 for each category. And you can look at those numbers there. And I'd be glad to answer any questions at the end if you got anything. All right, let's keep over. I'm going to touch on these real brief. So a phrase or fighting. Most of the school fights have stemmed from incidents and interactions outside the school, as the school is the only location where the fighting subjects can meet each other. A few fights escalated from arguments, conversations between juveniles. SROs have presented lessons on conflict resolution methods and results to be expected from positive and negative outcomes. All the juveniles involved received disciplinary actions from the school and/or petitioned to juvenile court counsels or referred to youth diversion programs through the Sampson County Juvenile Crime Prevention Council. So 16 and 17-year-olds are no longer under police jurisdiction. They fall under juvenile court with the change of the age law. Assaults, all reported assaults were investigated to confirm evidence of the crime. Often school administration and SROs work together to locate the video evidence needed to verify the instance. SROs have presented lessons on conflict resolution methods and results again here. And all the juveniles involved received the same disciplinary actions as I stated before. School threats obviously is a hot topic with the shootings and stuff across the nation. All school threats have been investigated at length, and the school administration has been updated. This category also includes all false threats that were reported. When investigations conclude with sufficient evidence, officers complete petition to juvenile court. The SROs have worked closely with the schools to conduct lessons with multiple grade levels throughout the schools, addressing this issue. And certainly we hope to expand this and share it with more grade levels as time permits in the future school years. And I can talk a little bit more on school threats at the end if you've got any questions. Weapon violations, all instances involve pocket knives, airsoft BB guns, and a handheld taser. Juveniles involved receive disciplinary actions from the school and petition to juvenile court counselors or were referred to use diversion programs through Sampson County Juvenile Court or Crime Prevention Council. Drug offenses, most instances involve THC vapes, but a few involve marijuana or marijuana paraphernalia. All the juveniles involved receive same disciplinary actions as stated before. Sexual complaints, most of these instances involve a subject sharing inappropriate photographs with other students. And you get into issues, especially in high school, because you're dealing with 18-year-olds, which are adults, and juveniles. This is where most of this stuff comes from. SRO Detective Jacobs handles all the juvenile sex crimes directly, no matter what school they occur in. She investigates each complaint with the assistance of the schools assigned to SRO and presents any findings or probable cause to the Sampson County DA's office for review. The school takes measures to separate the victim from any perpetrators, and SRO Jacobs then petitions the juvenile court counselors or determined by age charged as an adult. Motor vehicle collisions, you can see there. Communicating threats, incidents occur when a subject felt the threat was legitimate and the person making the threat would carry through with it. The subject wanted to press charges, were advised their options, and the reports were complete for documentation. Undisciplined juveniles, incidents were reported by parents or social workers needing assistance with juveniles not attending school. These juveniles will petition to a juvenile court counselor to provide documentation that parents were trying to get their kids to school and assist in truancy cases. Larcenies, investigated all incidents involved and none connected to any other incident. If the investigations led to probable cause, the juveniles were petitioned to juvenile court, as stated in any other referrals. And at least documentation. These are reports that there may not be a crime involved, but it's something we need to document. Because I look at this monthly, and I don't look at mostly numbers. I just look at what's going on in each school and see if we need to make any changes to the SROs or if anything dealing with our practices and policies dealing with the school system. And that is basically it. We did see a reduction this year compared to last year, which is good. It goes to show you that what we're doing is working. So, now I'm glad to answer any questions you may have.
I have a question. Can you share a little bit more about the motor vehicle collision involving the kids at car? There's one.
Yeah, that was.
So a kid took a vehicle or what happened?
No, they're probably involved in out there, somebody else.
Oh,
If it happens on full property, we document it as school is.
okay, and this is not, everything on here is not just related to
Right.
students. Okay.
Not necessarily a question, but, me and board member Hales went to city council for a year. And that was 2 years ago. To tell them thank you.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
So we went a year and a half, 2 years ago to express to city council how much we appreciate everything that y'all do. And now I'm saying in front of this board, you don't know what it means for everybody on the police department, no matter what happens. Y'all were there, football, baseball, volleyball, your presence is everywhere. And I don't know what kind of shape schools would be in without y'all around.
So we appreciate it.
And,
We got the box there, the next kid.
and I appreciate everything y'all do.
And I have a good line of communication with God. He calls, I answer it when I call it.
Pete Davis. A part of making our schools safer, and it was a joint effort in this too, was that open gate system that we just recently adopted. Maybe for the general public that doesn't know, would you mind from your side just explain what we did collectively together to improve the safety at school every day and at our events. Explain how that system is modern, state of the art, and kind of what it looks for, if you don't mind.
So we went together and done a great.
Mike, is it on?
I mean, the time's up.
No.
We got
The open gates were $92,000 of the school safety grant.
So basically, it's not intrusive form of, your oatmeal detectors that technology's out of. We got indoor pockets, take everything out of the body, and if you got a large event, it takes a long time to get a lot of people through the gates. So this is a more non-intrusive way of checking people coming through the gate, and it basically checks for weapons and sizes and that type of thing. It's like the stuff that you would go to Disney World and walk through, and that's type of systems that they use there, or at your NC State ball game, same kind of systems. That we now have in our school systems and most of our school events that will be used. So it's another set of resources in the tool bag to use when it comes to school trips.
Thank you.
Yes.
No, if I can go right quick. Chief Davis, good afternoon, sir. I appreciate your time here with us, and I will echo the sentiment on behalf of the full board. We appreciate everything that you do for our students, for our community. At this time, I guess my question to you is more as we continue to move forward and we continue to see the tendencies that are going across the United States as far as incidents happening in schools, and how would you look at this table right now and say, is there anything there that as an institution of education that we are, that we can provide more awareness to our students in hopes to reduce as we move forward? I think it's important that even though things are moving in a great direction with everything that we're purchasing and putting out there, how as a community can we do more awareness? How can we help the students understand that we are here to help them and that we would like to continue to reduce these unfortunate events?
Yeah, so public education is really something I'm gonna
Push your button. He pops it off and.
Oh, I got you. So public education is real big, something we look at, who can we partner with in the community? The lady just spoke before me, we partner with her a lot with her school over there. She has us come out and talk to her students. So the same thing here, the SROs are involved in going and doing these, speaking on the stuff in this report in front of the classroom. We've also got involved in the driver license class. Yeah. Because people don't know, law enforcement interaction until it happens. So why don't we teach it so when it does happen, they know what to do? Because they don't know if you don't tell them. So getting out in public. So you invite us, we're going to come, or we're going to send somebody to talk to the students. So public education, I would say, would be something we can really work on. Getting in the classroom more, talking with the students. I know I come all the time and speak to Coleman's class all the time. So just getting the invite to come and speak. Absolutely.
I want to piggyback on the conversation prior to that one about the open gate system that we've ordered. We know that detects the weapons. And prior to that system, we were having them do what you said, back up the lines, whatever, empty your pockets and all. And the concern that I have now after coming to the games and seeing that system work, it's good. They get through there pretty quick. But what do you suggest we do now to try to, we still need to address the issue about tobacco products. Because it doesn't pick them up. And then these guys here were explaining to me about the weapons and how the thing actually works. And there's some missed opportunities there. So there, in my mind, there needs to be something to supplement that. We're doing, it increased the efficiency of getting them in there. But now it has also opened the door for other things to get in that we were preventing when we had them empty their pockets. So what do you suggest that we could possibly do to supplement that open gate in that area?
I wish I had an answer, but unfortunately, there's no statutory law that limits it on the law enforcement side. So that's going to be an administrative function on the school. So that's going to be out of my realm of expertise, unfortunately. Even going back to vapes, THC, that thing with, there's a law that says they can't buy the vapes, but there's no law that says they can't possess it. So there's no criminal law that says they can't possess the vapes. So that's all administrative functions on the school. We don't get involved in that function.
Okay, thank you.
Chief, I want to say thank you too, for what you guys do and ladies do on our behalf. My question is about training for your SRO, your SROs. How often, what kinds of training, how is it updated annually, quarterly, as needed? How does that go?
So in the state of North Carolina, to keep your law enforcement certification, you have to go through 24 to 26 credit hours a year to keep your certification. And then specialized positions like SROs have to go through specialized training. And we also send them through the SRO conference every year, which is specialized in the area of school resource officers. I also put our agency through rapid deployment training every single year because it changes year to year. We went from a diamond formation years ago to now solo response. So when that single officer arrives, they're going in by themselves in anybody's state. So that training can change every time. So, and it does change year to year. And that's why we do it yearly.
And tagging in off of that, how often do y'all, cause when you call, everybody comes. It don't matter. Is there gonna be any verbiage as to where halls are? Is there gonna be, how often do y'all come and walk through, like Officer Snail, for example, it's not an SRO that would come and walk through so you can at least get an idea of what the building looks like.
So that's part of our FTO program, our field training officer program. We hire a new officer. That's part of the actual program. They have to do and go through the schools to see how they all laid out.
Okay.
We also have blueprints of every single school just downloaded into their mobile data computer. It's in their car. So when they pull the school, they have blueprints of every hallway, everything. And we have taught, I think there's gonna be some signage added on the outside of the school, named the halls. And when there is an issue, when the officer pulls up, we'll actually be able to read the name on the outside of the school building.
Yes, that was another portion of our school safety grant, is to put labeling on the outside of the buildings. So if you're at, for example, if you're not familiar with it, you happen to be a highway patrol officer, you're going to have to respond, and you roll up to Butler Avenue, you don't know what the 300 hall is. But if we label it on the exterior with metal signage, then they'll know. So that's to come with the additional grant funding.
And we also have access to the video cameras.
Chief, one last question very quick. As we continue to move through the school year and in the years to come, what do you think, or what do you suggest to us? Okay, the opportunity to maybe invest in, to continue to stay ahead, to continue to protect our students, but to be ahead of the game.
Stay on that.
There you go.
To be honest with you, I think we're doing. I think we just need to keep that open line of communication and keep meeting like we're meeting. And technology is evolving more than I can keep in my cars, unfortunately. We from paying $30,000 for a car to $60,000, unfortunately. And that stuff's not going to slow down. So as technology evolves, we're going to have to evolve the way we think and the way we do stuff in our schools. And obviously societal change is going to play into that too. So year to year with that kind of thing.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Other questions or comments for Chief Davis about the board? Anybody at this table, in this room? We have principals here, staff here. Any other questions or comments? Again, thank you so much for what all of you do, and tell them I said thank you for being friendly. I always had this fear of a police officer, right? And they're just friendly, right?
I do want to say one for the SRO Deputy Fisher being great with the open gate, but I see Fayetteville PD always in the hallways. They work well with the middle school, so I just ask them to do certain things, and so I feel like the high school varies. I've never seen that many law enforcement in the school in the hallway, so that's a testament to them actually thinking ahead to make sure that there are multiple bodies in the building that are in the community. So I appreciate that as a principal.
Yes, that's part of a state initiative too from the DPS is if there's a state agency, wildlife, highway patrol, ALE, SBI, that was a mandate sent out from the state that if they're in this jurisdiction, at some point in time during the day, they gotta get out and walk to school. So it actually helps us out too. So, but thank you.
Give the chief a round of applause. Very good. Thank you so much. So we go from law enforcement and security to financial security. Mr. Al from Anderson, Smith and White is gonna, share our financial status with us. Thanks, sir.
And if I heard you correctly, I have until 5:30, so I'll give you the short version. No, I don't have, a long presentation. This year, there's a lot changing in terms of the federal grants you receive. And so there's been talk for years about this ESSER cliff. And, there's no turning back now. The precipice of the cliff has been reached. And next year will be a return to mostly normal. There's a few federal grants that are carrying over for the last couple of months. You're doing some construction work that might carry over related to those funds, but really it's back to how do we fund the school system with the resources we used to have pre-COVID. And so this year, I think the theme is you broke even. When you look at your federal sources or your local sources, your two local funds. And I think that's, again, the best place to be in the final year when the availability of those federal resources are really lower than they were the last 4 years. And so it's really about where do you go from here. So with that, again, my name's Adam Sapurik. In front of you, you should have a balanced set of financial statements. And also a 3-page letter addressed to the board. So you actually hire our firm to conduct the audit and issue opinion on the financial statements. The 3-page letter is just addressed to the board to let you know that the audit went as planned. We issue an engagement letter at the beginning of the year telling you we're going to conduct the audit. And then this is just to tell you that we conducted the audit and didn't have any problems. There were no disagreements on how to apply financial standards. There was no new GASB's, generally accepted accounting principles from the GASB board to implement into these statements. So if you went through them page by page, they're a lot like last year, except different numbers. So no new accounting standards to implement. And we were able to obtain all of our requests from management in order to conduct the audit. We were on site the third week of July. Again, just 2 or 3 weeks to actually close the year and presenting here, in September, again, 2 months later. So a real quick turnaround as far as audits go, and no difficulties conducting those audits. Now, that doesn't mean that there weren't difficulties throughout the year. There are more and more requirements, again, with all of these federal funds, with all the rules. There's just more and more to do, more boxes to check, more reports to do every year, and that doesn't change. And so we know that the audit is a pretty large burden on management. We send numerous requests, hundreds of items, thousands of pieces of paper or scans now. We're really away from the paper, but it's still it's a pretty large burden on finance to put that all together, and especially in that short a time frame. So with that being said, if you look at the bound set of financial statements, page 1. So again, we're hired to conduct the audit and issue an opinion on the financial statements. Page 1 is that opinion letter. Paragraph 1 of page 1 is the opinion paragraph. It basically states that we believe these financial statements accurately reflect the net position in the fund balance for Clinton City Schools as of June 30, 2024, and the year then ended. So it's considered a clean, unmodified opinion. and that we believe these financial statements are accurate. After that, there is a few pages of discussion and analysis. This just goes over some of your increases and decreases. And if you recall in that opinion paragraph, we talk about net position and fund balance. Those are two measurements of your quote unquote equity in the school system. The first one, net position, includes assets and liabilities that aren't cash. They are the value of your buildings. They're on the liability side, it's the associated representative percent of the state retirement plan. Those aren't cash responsibilities of yours, but they do go into your net position. So for those of you who have been on the board long enough, you know I go through a couple of pages and those all center around fund balance. That is the nitty gritty. Here's how much cash we have. Here's how much our receivables are. Here's our current liabilities, and what's left is our fund balance. So whenever you're reading through the statements, whether it's discussing net position or fund balance, those are two different conversations, simply by the pension liability going up or down millions of dollars. So again, the fund balance is the true measure, the measure that which you manage the school system. So if you would turn to page 14, Exhibit 3, skip the first two exhibits because again, those are on the net position basis. They include expenses like depreciation. Again, that's changes in the pension plan. But when you really get down to how much money you have available to appropriate your budget, Exhibit 3 is the balance sheet of your governmental funds. And again, I said the theme is break even. So when you look at your general fund and your other special revenue fund, the combined fund balance of those two funds was actually a net increase of $300,000. Your general fund used $511,000 of fund balance to go to $4,669,000, and the other special revenue fund, which again is a lot of local sources, but also some restricted state and federal grants, that increased $816,000 to $1,705,000. When you look at that $1,705,000, there's actually $375,000 that's restricted purely for certain grants that you have to spend those dollars on those grants. So that's really related a lot towards Medicaid and small grants that you receive. The rest of the revenue sources in there are free and clear local sources that used to be included in the general fund. These two used to be combined. It was split out so that really only the county appropriations and city taxes make up what is in the general fund, and everything else got pushed to the other special revenue fund, including interest, and the big one the last few years, indirect cost. All the federal dollars you receive through the ESSER funds, the COVID-19 funds, you got to record or collect an overhead piece. They cost money to manage. They cost electricity. That's no different than Title I or EC that you've always had. You charge an indirect cost, but that's allowed you to increase the fund balance in that other special revenue fund over the last few years, as well as in that general fund. The receipt of those COVID-19 funds carried the burden of some of the COVID learning loss and behavioral issues and all the things that developed in the last 5 years. And so districts used the last 4 years as an opportunity to increase fund balance. So you're probably sitting here with more fund balance than you've had in 10 years. And again, the question becomes, where do you go from here? So again, with $4.6 million of fund balance in local and $1.7 million in other special revenue with $375,000 restricted, you're again the best financial position you've probably been in years. But it's the end of the, not to call it a gravy train, but it's the end of the easy season. And so using the last few years to gain fund balance, I think that it was, if districts weren't adding fund balance the last 4 years, I think they were not doing themselves a service for the future costs, because the county appropriations, state appropriations, federal appropriations, they do not go up as fast as salaries and benefits go up. So you also have two other governmental funds, the capital outlay fund, you just got $62,000 in there. That's a reimbursement basis from the county for most of those projects that go on through that fund. And then at the individual schools, you have a total of $465,000 spread out across all your schools. And that's athletic funds, fundraisers, field trips type money. For a total fund balance of $6,902,000 as of June 30, 2024. I actually also do Roanoke Rapids City Schools. The value of doing so many schools, you actually find relationships, similarities. I did their presentation last night, and they are sitting at a very similar spot fund balance wise. They've used the last few years to add fund balance as you have. They're sitting at right around $5 or $6 million of fund balance. So when I see two districts doing the same thing, and they've had the same issues you had over the years, fund balance goes down, fund balance goes up. Again, I think it's a testament that this was the time to save that money, add to fund balance, and again, where do you go from here? Any questions? So if you turn 2 pages.
I have one right quick.
Certainly.
You keep talking about the gravy train is over with.
Yeah.
What do you see the next 3 to 5 years?
It depends on how the programs that were funded with those federal dollars. What level do you retain them? Do you try to pay for them all, or do you try to consolidate some of those activities? And that's.
So you're saying this 6.9 drop very fast, very quickly?
Yes, it could.
Adam,
Yeah.
make sure the mic stays on so it gets in the recording.
Yes, to retain all of the services that those COVID funds, they paid for a lot of equipment, a lot of technology, a lot of one-time purchases, HVAC roofs, there's a lot of that. But embedded in there were a lot of programs, learning loss programs, summer school, counselors, guidance counselors. So it depends on, again, how you consolidate those programs, those expenses, at what level you want to fund them locally. Again, Roanoke Rapids, not to compare you directly, but they do take a different approach to their budget. They budget a little high, but they're budgeted to use a lot of fund balance, and I recommend against that. It'll 2 or 3 years, and they'll be back to having to cut positions. When you look at if you look at your fund balance used in Fund 2, the $500,000, and take away the gain that was in Fund 8, if you used $500,000 a year, you could survive 10 years on your own funds. Again, with the incremental increases that come from the state, come from the federal government, that $500,000 won't be $500,000 2 years from now because raises go up 5-6%, cost of benefits go up. So knowing that even in today's dollars, you could survive 10 years, does that mean you could survive 6 with that basically 1 step forward, 2 step back approach of salary increases as it compares to funding sources? So I would look at that kind of time frame. It's you budget year to year, but always looking at
You're looking down the road.
what direction are we in the right direction? How many years can we sustain? I think I say this at every presentation. It's not about how much fund balance you have. It's about how much you're using or adding in any given year, because a lot of these things are recurring. If everything is consistent from year to year in your ADM and the size of classrooms, if you were able to conduct a solid education in the year 23-24, we can do it again in that next year on the cost of the raises or I look at the usage of fund balance as a percentage of how much fund balance you have and how many years that sustains you. If you go back the last 20 years, these cycles of using and gaining, even if you hold everything consistent. So I've dealt with districts that get themselves into financial trouble and then have to make severe cuts. And then they live like that for a couple of years, rebuild fund balance, then they make extreme additions and they spend that money, and it takes a lot longer to earn it than it does to spend it. So on top of that ebb and flow of just normal operations, it's like a crisis, whether it's COVID or the 2008 housing crisis, that creates this federal influx of cash where everybody uses that to save up money, rebuild fund balance. I don't know what the next crisis will be or when it's going to happen. If I had to guess, with the difference between 2008 and 2019, 11 years. So again, looking at that kind of time frame, and just again the ebb and flow year after year. You've been in positions where you had low fund balance, and being where you are today is the best place to be going forward. But there's no magic number of how much fund balance you need unless you can break even every year. If you can determine we can have $2 million in the bank for the rainy day, and then we break even every year, but that's just not how it happens. There's I call 300,000 breaking even, because again, when you're talking a $40 million budget and you added $300,000 of fund balance, I mean, that's less than 1%. So,
Talk.
Yep.
So when we were talking about the federal dollars from COVID, I don't know how you would, I'm sure you've got a way to break it out. I wouldn't mind knowing, not today,
Right.
how much of that, and there's different ways I know we're administratively talking about doing it, whether it be combined some things or what have you. But how much of that was reoccurring operating expenses and how much of it was a one-time expense?
So,
HVAC, equipment, laptops, whatever.
so if you actually turn to page 74 real quick, this isn't going to be perfect because it's more on a program basis. The analysis for that I would start with looking at maybe even going back to 22, 23, when you had full years of ESSER funds and all of the programs available, looking at these PRCs that make up the Education Stabilization Fund. You can see $4.4 million. That's how much federal COVID money you spent this year. 2.3 of it was in this K-12 emergency relief. That's pretty general. That's a mix of salaries and benefits and bonuses, as well as equipment purchases. But some of these other programs, learning loss, $15,000, summer career accelerator
programs, $42,000, math enrichment, $18,000, principal retention, $13,000. Those are, in my mind, potentially where your reoccurring expenditures are. But Emily could provide these PRCs a object breakdown of the object codes. That's when you're looking at expenses, the object code gives a little better detail that you don't present here in the financial statements of what is salaries, what is bonuses, what is computer purchases versus technology programs that we want to keep purchasing. So looking back, again, 23, 24 may not be the best look back as far as a full program, like what was available 2022, 2023 fiscal year. There were a lot more programs available. But even if you wanted to look at that compared to this past year, 23, 24, I would look at it at the object level and breaking out things like bonuses. And that's a hot topic. How do the bonuses that individuals received, how much do you retain locally? So there's a lot of conversations that I think need to be had or should be had in regards to what you're going to continue to fund locally.
But I would start looking at it at the object basis.
And the reason I asked that question, to go to page exhibit 3.
Yep.
Okay. So you're saying right now fund balance is around what'd you say, 6 point what?
So if you, if you look at the 4.6 million in locals,
6.9, got
and then, yes, and
it. Yeah,
then
so roughly $7 million. in
5.9.
yeah.
5.9.
Okay, 5.9. Well, it's 6.9.
6.9 includes the capital outlay.
Okay.
That's restricted.
And the $500,000 for
Individual schools.
individual schools. And it includes the 374,000 restricted. So if you really want to know, I would add the 4,699,000.
Okay.
Or 4,669,000 and the 1,324,399.
Okay. Okay. So $6 million in fund balance.
Yep.
I could make the argument you could lump the individual school money in there because some of what we do in terms of how we spend certain things for certain purposes, you're going to use some of that money.
I have talked to a lot of the coaches about that.
That's what they do. I mean, I'm just being realistic. They do. If it's athletic money and we're buying something for athletics at high school, that's the money. That's the money it's going to pay. So
I get, so we come in and look at your individual schools and we,
oh, that's their salary.
Their own accounts.
Yeah. But if the soccer program is,
That's money that they acquire every time. So like there's soccer money, there's basketball money.
yes, but it whether it be through fundraising or they've padded their annual budget money, that whatever they get from the school.
yeah, they do get,
My point is they're spending it on their sport. Should be.
yeah.
So that would go towards what I'm trying to ask,
Okay.
which is if there's $6 million in fund balance, and I know you're not going to put it as a qualified opinion in an audit, but what percentage of that $6 million should we consider to be a buffer that we don't need to touch? Meaning, if I go to page 18, and I'm just general, our annual operating expenses, what percentage or how many months of general operating expenses do you recommend there be in fund balance that is a rainy day, don't touch it, worst case scenario?
Right. There's a lot of talk about the 7%. I don't know if any of you have heard of this. 7% is a guideline pushed out long ago, 2 decades ago. That was more geared towards local governments that actually have to raise their own money. You get a lot of state money. That's your biggest component. So the problem, again, it's back to, it depends on how much you're using every year. The problem is you don't know how much you're using every year until the end of the year, and then you're back to did we have enough? You can't know the thing that you need to know, which is how much are we going to use next year versus how much should we have until you're there. And so,
well, I guess what I'm trying to get at is all of that's true, but we're also not a mutual fund either.
Right.
We're given tax dollars to use them responsibly. I'm not saying spend every dime,
Right.
but if there's $6 million in the bank and our operating expenses, general operating expenses for the year are, I don't know, you tell me. What correct number should I be looking at for that?
Again, this is a point in time. This is this year. I would look at more, I would exclude state and federal. So if we're talking the 7%,
Yes.
if we look at 6,480,000 spent in general, 1,599,000 spent out of other special revenue. Those are your local sources. So let's call that $8 million. 10% of that would be 800,000. If you have $800,000 left in fund balance and you're not breaking even, then you're using fund balance. You're on the cusp of
Being in trouble.
of issuing a letter saying your fund balance is
Correct.
so
Which
that's
is fine.
that for if that's the drop dead number you're looking for, it's 800,000. I think that's just needed just for cash flow purposes in order to make payroll on the day you want to make payroll.
Correct. And I'm not saying that turns $6 million into 800,000.
Right. Well,
But I guess what I am saying is, because I come from a banking background, and if the top half of the balance sheet on what I look at is extremely liquid with a very positive working capital position, then they can do certain things others can't do.
absolutely.
And I'm likening that to what the position we're in right now. I would consider us extremely liquid. Our working capital position is extremely solid today.
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So there are things we could do strategically
Yeah.
that other districts who have irresponsibly spent money can't do.
Correct.
Okay, that's what I was.
And
I also think you benefit from being a school, a city district within a county, because when I go to county districts, the conversation that the county is having with the school system is, what is that drop dead number? And it would be for you closer to the 800,000. But your county has that conversation harder with the county school system, and you just by default get the same amount per student that they do. And then you, on top of that, get to collect. So one of the other points I wanted to make on page 16, exhibit 4, your revenues in the general fund are made up of $3.7 million of local funds, $2.2 million of other. If there's a detailed schedule, 2.1 of that other is your supplemental tax from the city. So that is an added benefit that, again, counties don't get. To help fund the fact that, again, your size, you're limited on tax bases, and you know, there's certain overhead costs that are just given to operate a central office, even within a city versus a county. So you've definitely benefited by being a city district and allowed to add or get to $6 million, knowing that 800,000 is probably your drop dead, balance. But again, if you're using $500,000 a year, the cycle of, who do we retain? Who do we let retire and not replace? It's a little different than saying we're absolutely liquid, because again, our revenue streams are very consistently lower than mandated increases. So 800,000 drop dead balance. If I was up here presenting a $2 million fund balance, I'd say you've got $2 million. Even if you're using $500,000 a year, you've got time to work through those that scenario of how we save money. So
And I think, sorry, and I guess I don't think the number needs, personally, I'm only one of 6 and the administration on top of that, but I don't think 800 is the right number, right? I think based just perusing it real quick, $1.5 million to $2 million would be my number.
Yep.
To kind of ensure that we can make payroll on the 25th of every month. But I was just curious to your opinion, because, I think it's hard every year to know what to spend and what not to spend, based because you don't know what you're going to get. You don't know what you may need to spend out of fund balance until the end of the year. But on the other hand, we're taxpayer funded, and we are tasked with responsibly spending the money on our kids and people now.
Yep.
Within reason. So that's why I was asking.
yeah, no, absolutely. And I think you lived a lot of years in that $1 to $2 million fund balance range. Of pre-COVID. So if you look back at I didn't bring that with me, but if, you know, what your fund balance at 2019 and how much you were using and compare that to where you sit here, 2024, I think that would, you know, give you, a good picture of how much did we benefit from COVID in those 4 years and having those federal resources. So, yeah, absolutely. You're well funded. 800,000 would be a problem number, but you survived for a lot of years in that 1 to 2 million.
So I have a follow-up. When you all were talking about the break-even figure,
Mhm.
and you said if it was 800,000 and you broke even, we think we'd be okay. Did I understand that part correct?
So,
Wouldn't be good, but we'd be okay.
yes, if you were, if you had $800,000 in the bank and you were breaking even, but I can already tell you that in local, you used $500,000 this year.
Mhm.
That's the notion that you're now going to reduce that usage or add fund balance after those COVID dollars expire is unrealistic. And a lot of the gain in the 816,000 from the other special revenue fund is going away again with that indirect cost. So, so if even we just said you're able to even add $200,000 in other special revenue fund, you're still using $500,000 in local, and that's before again moving all of those federal programs. So yeah, your budget resolution will be very telling for 24, 25 as to, you know, how much fund balance are we using before we start looking at what we can spend on.
Okay, so my question is, if at this, when you were talking about the 800 would be a break-even point, of course, we don't want to be at 800.
Right.
But the fact that we are at 7 million and breaking even.
6 million.
Okay, 6 million and breaking even. If we only had 800 in fund balance, and if we would have 800 and we would break even and we would be okay. The fact that we have 6 million in fund balance and breaking even, to me, that seems like there's something that's not right with that.
Right. So you're breaking even again with the federal funds still funding dollars and still adding to fund balance. Again, if I look, I say break even because this was the last year of so you've been on what did I call it? The gravy train. This is the end of the gravy train, and you just broke even at the end of the gravy train. So you're not, by virtue of just those federal funds going away, you're not at break even. You're using $500,000 of general fund balance. I think that is more accurate as to where you really are than looking at those two funds combined, again, because of that indirect cost and those federal funds supplementing programs that are probably going to have to be funded locally.
Okay.
So,
If I may ask, so too many numbers, but
yeah.
looking at your information, as you're saying, if we're 500,000, that we're going to have to, the gravy train is over now in June, and we're going to have to pull 500,000, and we got 6 million. So that means we got what? Let's say 6 years, potentially, if we continue at the rate that we're going. And I understand that you work with other school districts. There is an urgency because that money's not coming in. So I'm guessing a recommendation at this point is that as an institution, we got to sit down and start looking at, as you mentioned a while ago, retirement, combining jobs, doing all this to try to mitigate that 500,000, because right now we wouldn't be able to put anything in because we're taking out.
Yeah.
We're taking out all the time.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're using the savings from the last 4 years, and if we're looking at just general fund in a vacuum, you're using $500,000. that $500,000, if you do nothing, will become 600,000 next year, 700,000 the year after that, just because of state mandated raises. Because they are not fully funded by the state, and the federal government is not giving you that same rate of increase in EC and Title I. And if Clinton City Schools is anything like any other county we work with, the EC department has become a very expensive department. And so, yes, you're breaking even when you look at all of your local sources, but to me, that general fund using 511,000, I key in on that more than anything else. And that 500,000 will not be 500,000 6 years from now. So if you scale that and look at, fund balance, again, if you're down to 800,000, there's no way you're breaking even in the current environment.
Thank you.
Yep.
Is there,
Okay.
sorry.
No, yeah.
Are the, all the districts you all look after, I know it's the majority of the state. Is there anything, there are certain districts, not naming them by name, of
Right.
course. Is there anything some of them are doing now that the gravy train's coming to an end, it is over, that are in a similar size to us, of a similar balance sheet composition, but maybe they're doing something a little different outside the box to supplement that 500,000, turning into 600,000, turning into 700, outside of normal operational things. I'm not talking about combining two positions or, pre-retire, we replace those three with one. That's normal stuff that they're gonna do yearly. But is there any outside the box type community partnership funding type things that any of them are doing that you've seen?
Some of the larger districts, they do hire grant writers and go after big grants, like Tone at the Top, and there's some other key buzzwords, but they're going after multi-million-dollar grants on their $300 million budget. At your level, I don't, if I could come up with outside the box, I probably wouldn't be an accountant. Very in the box. But no, I don't have any magic ideas for saving money other than normal operations. Districts your size or even a little larger, because most of them are counties, and they do have a little higher ADM, and some of the very rural mountain districts have your size ADM, but they don't have your fund balance. And so again, you're in a position, I think, financially at your size, again, with that local tax supplement, far better than most of the counties with your size ADMs. And again, I think a lot of that came from the fact that you collect that local tax as a supplement. And so while all these funds came available, you got them too, no different than a county would, but you have an extra revenue source already. So, again, back to
That's what I'm talking about. That's outside the box. And that was done years ago, but that's outside the box.
Yeah.
That extra tax is outside the box.
Yeah, another local tax. Yeah,
But I mean,
it
it was a way to raise additional money that
Yep.
otherwise most city districts probably don't even get.
The two cities I audit, they have, again, very similar to
Okay.
Roanoke, same level of tax at the city district level. So, that's it. And again, that is an asset, or that's a very important source of funding, that allows you to operate a city district. Because again, counties with your size ADM and similar funding are not nearly well positioned, even after COVID, as you are. All right. Making it short, page 22, Again, another highlight. So, yeah, I'm issuing warnings, but again, back to you, certainly well funded. And it's no different than in your school food service fund. For here, we can't really look at fund balance because fund balance and net position are one and the same. We actually record the liabilities for pension. We can record the fixed assets directly in the fund. So I look at cash. So at the top of page 22, your cash on hand, $2.3 million. That's a decrease of $133,000. Again, that same calculation, you can operate that way for a long time, using $133,000 a year. Last year used $109,000. Back to that 109 never stays 109, it becomes 133 just because food costs, salaries. But we've had this conversation numerous times. Your child nutrition fund is very profitable over the years using contracted service type individuals, but that's switching to more salaried, but you still have, again, plenty of funds available for future needs. So $2.3 million in the bank in your child nutrition fund. I pointed out the 2.1 million. If you want to look at page 59 again, so after that, we have pages and pages of footnotes. They go all over all your accounting principles. They go over roll forwards of your fixed assets, document your receivables, payables. But page 59 is a little bit more detailed schedule of the revenue and expenses in the general fund. And you can see the breakout of that other revenue, and you can see the $2,102,000 of supplemental school taxes, as well as all of your expenses. And then on page 60 comes down to that $511,000 usage of fund balance. So that's just, again, a little larger schedule for that general fund, which, again, being the most important fund, your local fund. And then page 64. So our audit is financial in nature as well as compliance in nature. So page 64 begins 3 more letters, one over compliance with state requirements, one over compliance with federal requirements, and one over internal controls on both compliance and financial reporting. So these 3 letters are, again, all clean, unmodified. We noted no instances of you misspending your federal or state dollars, no deficiencies in internal controls related to financial reporting or compliance with compliance standards for your major programs. And this year, so federal programs over 750,000 have to be audited every 3rd year, and we have to audit 20% of your federal dollars. This year, as the last few years, that COVID Education Stabilization Fund was your one major federal program, and then the State Public School Fund has to be audited every year. That's on page 71. That was your major state program. Your other major programs for state might be lottery. I think we had lottery last year, and CTE is the other large state program that gets audited once every 3 years. So those are your compliance reports that, again, all clean, unmodified opinions on those, no question costs, no mishandling, no state and federal grant funds. And then page 73 starts the listing of all of those state and federal grants. Again, including the page we already looked at, page 74, that showed the $4.4 million of COVID funds. So that's the book.
Question on the page 22, when you talked about the food service program,
Yes.
what is the figure? I remember a few years back when we had an amount in that fund and we had to spend down. So is there a certain target figure that you have in that fund before they have to start spending down?
Yeah, so DPI puts out a recommendation. They want you to operate between 1 and 3 months of operating cash. And that would be, you take your operating expenses, divide by 9 times 1 or times 3. That's the window. If you're, and then, well, now they want you between 2 and 3. If you're under 2 months, you can't charge child nutrition indirect costs. They get to keep all their money. They don't have to pay for their indirect costs, which kind of funds their electricity and again, the usage of HR and finance. So you collect indirect costs from that federal program, no different than Title I. And then if you have over 3 months, they want you to have a spend down plan. But you've had a spend down plan for 20 years and you just reissue. It is not a plan that they're going to require you to spend down or send the money away. They just say that if you have in excess of 3 months operating, what do you plan on using that for? So they call it a spend down plan, but they don't require you to spend it down because you just do a new spend down plan. So it's always, we will update equipment as needed. We will pay indirect costs. We have salaries now versus contracted labor. So and it's very restrictive on what you can spend those federal funds on because this is a federal program. It has to be for feeding the kids or for buying equipment to feed the kids. There's no cafeteria renovations you can do with that money. Nothing outside of the child nutrition program that you can do with that money. So you'll never have to send that money away. So there's no reason to try to spend down and get below that 3 months because then again, you're in that 2 to 3 month window. 2.2 million, you're at almost 8 months. The notion of spending 2/3 of that money in 1 year, that's not feasible and ill-advised. So they call it a spend down plan, but it is really just a plan on what are you going to use these funds for.
Other questions while we have them? We appreciate you doing the work.
Thank you. This was exciting. I mean, not just a presentation, we actually get to discuss. So thank you very much for having me. And my number is at the bottom of page 3, the end of the opinion letter. Feel free to call with any other questions in the future.
Thank you to everyone and your staff for helping them out as well. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Yeah. Great job.
Sure. Yeah. All right, Cheryl, you're up next. You have about 13 minutes and then we'll stop here and do our students of the month and then we'll get back to you if we have to.
I'll talk.
Alrighty, so just to go over some of the business rules to explain the data that we're going to look at. So first we talk about accountability and reporting. Accountability means that the data that we have has got all of the business rules applied, which is students that have been enrolled at their school in their course for more than half of the semester for semester courses and for more than half of the year for year-long courses. And then also for our students that are newcomers to the States, if this is their first year in the United States, then their scores are not calculated in with the school performance grades. Reporting, when we talk about reporting numbers, that's everybody who tested. The North Carolina School Report Card uses the reporting numbers. So when you see that, that's every student that takes the test. There are no business rules applied. So we have CCR and GLP. CCR is your college and career readiness. That's your levels 4 and 5. That's usually what our federal designations come from. And then grade level proficiency are your levels 3s, 4s, and 5s. And our school performance grades use the GLP. And that's what I've used for the rest of the presentation. I'm not going to read numbers to you, but what I've done on here is I just added this past year, the 23-24 year, to the previous 3 years. And you can see the changes from 2021 all the way to this past year. That was our reading. Next is on the math. And then science, which are our 3 major subjects. Okay, then the next slide, we have our ACT for 11th grade students. This is calculated differently if you're looking at reporting numbers versus looking at numbers that are calculated in the school performance grades. So we report everybody who takes the ACT when they're in 11th grade. So last year, the 11th grade students scored a 24.3. We have been pretty much right there. We went up 4 points from the last couple of years. And the big dip from 2021 to 21-22 is when they changed the composite score from 17 to 19. So that we're still building up from that. And that is reported on the school report card. Work keys, that's your 12th grade students that are concentrators, meaning that they have a certain pathway that they're continuing on, that they complete with their courses. This is only going to calculate just the concentrators. Sometimes we end up testing students who don't end up being concentrators. If they don't complete their path, then their scores are not calculated again at all or even reported. They only report concentrators. And that test changed a few years ago as well, but we didn't have as big of a dip on that. For the cohort graduation rate, the 4-year cohort graduation rate is what's calculated in with school performance grades. There has been talk if they ever do proceed with any changes to the school performance grade. They talked about adding the 5-year cohort graduation rate. We are having to report it and keep evidence like we have done in the past for that in case they ever do decide to add that in. And we went from 78.4 to 77.5 this past year. And some of those numbers I feel like are going to increase as we try to find students who have left that we might not have been keeping up with to see if they have gone to school someplace else. Because a lot of our students will end up enrolling in an online program, and those usually can count, and then they don't count against our cohort. Our EL progress. This is our students that are in the English learning program, multilingual learners is what they call it now. And this is looking at students that have 2 points of data that are from their access testing. So they have to have test number 1, and then we're not going to get any progress until they take test number 2. And if they skip a year, then they might, because we have some students who move so much that they might miss a test window somewhere. And but they won't get progress again until they take the test as well. We actually, compared to the majority of the state, we're doing good here. Our team continues to work really hard on this. Our numbers continue to grow extensively, and the numbers of dollars that we get from the states do not raise, it doesn't grow with it. So they're working really hard on that. And then this chart is the one that compares Clinton City to the state. And we just put in there whether there's a difference that is negative or positive compared to what the state made. And on the bottom over here for the, I included the other indicators, the CGR, the work keys, AWA and ELP. The next 2 slides are just comparisons to show you. The first one, this is our Southeast school systems. This is everybody in the Southeast. We are actually considered Sandhills, but we always have just said that we're Southeast. So that's what I kept there. And then the next slide is for the city school systems. And so basically the top row is the state, the second row is us, and then everybody else below that. And then the ones that are green are boxes that are equal to or above what the state score was.
How many of those cities, school districts are comparable to us in terms of
Demographics.
everything?
Many, but not all, of course. Many, but not all, of course.
I would say
Lexington,
Whiteville, Roanoke Rapids.
Astral City, no, not Roanoke Rapids, not at all. Absolutely not.
What about
Weldon? Weldon, no, not really. You have to look
What
at
about Ashboro City?
Ashford City, definitely.
Okay.
Yeah. It's cardboard. No cardboard, no.
You're basing that on funding or?
Demographics. Demographics, socioeconomic status. Number one predictor of, school performance, is socioeconomic status. So a lot of times you hear in North Carolina, A means affluent. That's what, a lot of, people in rhetoric about in education, if you're an A school, you're an affluent school. So I'm basing that on demographics and socioeconomic status. I'm saying the answer board member Hills, but do they look like us? So that's why Rowan Rapids does not look like us.
Okay, the next few slides that will finish us up are on school performance grades. These are the numbers that we use that are not reporting numbers. They're the ones that are have the business rules applied. The school performance grade is made up of 80% performance and 20% growth. The next two slides just show you what is calculated for each school level. So grades 3 through 8, you have your EOGs, your science and your EL progress, and then you also have your growth. The high school has more indicators because you add in the ACT and work keys, the math course rigor, and the 4-year cohort graduation rate. So for school performance grade calculations, they started this 4 or 5 years ago. They have combined the work keys and the ACT testing, and students have to be proficient on at least one of the two. So basically last year's AWA are your seniors that took the work keys last year and or took the ACT test in 11th grade. So if during their 11th grade year on ACT or 12th grade for work keys, if they were proficient on at least one of those, then they count towards this. And we went up to 54.3 on that. And the last two slides are showing just the school performance grades. We had 3 that met growth, and then 2 that did not meet growth. And that's 4 C's and 1 D. Then we have our federal designations, which are where they're using just the levels 4s and 5s with the CCR. So that reduces the numbers. And that is the end.
So about 5:27. Let's take about a 5-minute break, and we'll come back and do our students of the month, and then we'll have questions and answers for sure. Thank you all.
Rex, Miss Johnson. I'm looking at, you know what we're looking at. Yeah, that's not what we said about that.
All of them, y'all got the Instagram down. All of them follow. Chaplain. Right, hey, how you so you tell me. You know, good. John, you can do it. There was something. Oh, yeah. Sure. It's hard to. It's not her. What's something show?
The font recognition. And Dr. Malone, so you're doing it. All right, so everybody says school not a. All right, Dr. Malone is gonna start our recognition. Mr. Dirks. All right. We are super excited as always to recognize our students of the month. So I'm going to start with our Elsie Carr Elementary School. Student of the month for the month of September, it's Egypt Benjamin. Egypt is a shy kindergartner, but she has shown incredible courage by coming to school every day and participating in class. Even though she might feel a bit nervous, she bravely raises her hand to answer questions and stay engaged with her classmates. Egypt's courage is truly inspiring, and it's wonderful to see her confidence grow each day. Egypt keeps shining bright with your courage. Congratulations to Egypt Benjamin, our student.
Yes.
Look, you're flat early. Let's go this way. Yeah. Oh, look at your trophy. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Oh, man, they upscaled the trophy. Your car came off the. You right for this. That was for. So, you don't respect them? Oh, you didn't. There you go.
Let's give Egypt another round of applause.
He's one of my middle school.
All right, moving on to Boulder Avenue Elementary School, we have comes to school each day with a smile on his face. He loves to help others and guide them.
kindly if he sees they're making wrong choices. Brian always has the courage to volunteer answers during group instruction. He is never afraid to offer his ideas and thoughts on math problems or reading questions. His eagerness to learn is commendable. He is a joy to have in class, and we are lucky to have Brian as a student at Butler Avenue Elementary. Our Sunset Avenue Elementary School Student of the Month is Abigail Sophia Lopez. Abigail has come into third grade ready to learn. She follows all the rules, is a leader in the classroom. Abigail gives me her best every single day. She is a friend to all and tries to help her classmates. We are delighted to have Abigail represent Sunset Avenue School as the September Student of the Month. Sampson Middle School Student of the Month of September is Harper Miller. Harper is motivated, attentive, and a very good student. She is a kind, considerate, and very caring individual. Harper seems willing to help her fellow classmates with their assignments, and she's very polite. We are pleased to have Harper as the Sampson Middle School September Student of the Month. Congratulations, Harper. Clinton High School Student of the Month is Emery Johnson. Emery has worked very hard to assist with the beginning of the school year computer distributions, in addition to her regular school schedule. She is also a team player in the yearbook class and works well with her classmates. We are proud to have Emery represent Clinton High School as September Student of the Month.
Congratulations, John.
Let's give all of our September Students of the Month one more round of applause.
Dr. Johnson is going to recognize our employees of the month for September.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Congratulations once again to all of our students. Great job. It's always a wonderful delight of mine. I think y'all all know that I like to spend time in the schools, and I always like to see our students recognized that they are the true heroes in our school system. So great job. But again, we thank our teachers, but we know our students are here for the success of our district. We thank them. Jumping on now, I get the distinct privilege of recognizing our employees of the month. And so at LCK, we have Miss LV Miguel. Miss Miguel is an essential part of our LC Carr family. She began her career at LC Carr as an instructional assistant, but now serves as our data manager. She's a friendly face in our front office, and she greets many of our parents and students. Her smile radiates positively and kindness. She is dependable, hardworking, and a team player who is willing to help others without hesitation. Ms. Miguel also helps us connect with our Hispanic population by translating when needed. We are very proud to name Ms. Elvie Miguel as our September Employee of the Month. Let's go back. We're going to rewind We have our Butler Avenue Student of the Month with us. So we're gonna rewind and go back to Dr. Melinas.
It was Mr. Brian.
Yes, yes.
Let me go back to that. The end of the.
Yes, we are flexible here. You can see.
Ryan makes coming to school each day, comes to school each day with a smile on his face. He loves to help others and guides them kindly if he sees they're making wrong choices. Brian always has the courage to volunteer answers during group instruction. He is never afraid to offer his ideas and thoughts on math problems or reading questions. His eagerness to learn is commendable. He is a joy to have in my class. We are very lucky to have Brian as our Student of the Month at Butler Avenue Elementary School.
Brian's teacher and principal.
And it's first grade teacher.
First grade. Come on. All right. Thank you, Brian.
Let's do everyone again. All right, John.
John's already ahead of me. And I couldn't pronounce the word right a while ago, but it was positivity. Or help me. But now we're going to move on to Butler Avenue, and we actually have one of our employees of the month in attendance tonight. And you just saw her a few seconds ago, but our Butler Avenue Elementary School September Student of the Month, the Employee of the Month, Student of the Month. Employee of the Month is Dr. Angela Harding. Dr. Harding is doing an excellent job in the short time she has been our administrator. She makes a point to greet everyone each morning, is willing to assist when and where she is needed, listens to problems and solutions, and is quick to communicate with staff when necessary. Dr. Harding understands that our time is valuable and takes that into consideration while effectively leading the school. Her dedication to our students and staff is evident each day as she serves with enthusiasm. And we learned today that Dr. Harding is a blue in our training today. So again, what a pleasure to have Dr. Harding in attendance with us. And we're glad to have her at Butler Avenue. She's our September. Vaughn Mosley is our Sunset Avenue Elementary School Employee of the Month. Since joining our team, Mr. Mosley has shown outstanding dedication and a remarkable attitude. He consistently goes above and beyond, tackling tasks with enthusiasm and ensuring our workplace is always clean and welcoming. We have thoroughly enjoyed having him on our team thus far, and I can tell you they are super excited. The principal's shaking her head. They're super excited to have Mr. Mosley as the Sunset Avenue September Employee of the Month. Sampson Middle School Employee of the Month is Ms. Tata Oates. Ms. Oates has served in various capacities for the district and has worn many hats since I became the principal at Sampson Middle School. I guess we know this is written by Dr. Mason, such as front desk clerk, data manager, and counselor. Her dedication to Clinton City Schools is commendable. It gives me great pleasure to recognize Ms. Tata Oates as our September Employee of the Month. Moving along to Clinton High School, the Employee of the Month is Ms. Lakeisha Phillips. Ms. Phillips is a breath of fresh air and loves us teachers. She is also willing to help with a smile on her face. Ms. Phillips never complains about her workload and works tirelessly for our students. We love her. Employee of the month, Clinton High School. And also in attendance tonight, Central Services, Ms. Raquel Jones. This is funny, I have to say this. So when we have to sign the forms, today I was signing the form and it had a big sticky note and it says, "Surprise, Ms. Jones." Because she had no idea she was going to be recognized. But Ms. Jones is an unsung hero. She works diligently behind the scenes, supporting many central office departments and staff members in their tasks. She does so with a pleasant disposition and a smile. Her humble, charitable personality makes her a joy to work or fellowship with. She greets each day at work with a smile. Her attitude transfers to others and helps them feel grateful about life. Ms. Jones is an asset to Clinton City Schools. Here's the pride, right? Again, we always enjoy recognizing both our students of the month and our employees of the month. I thought let's give them all a great week. Pleased to be the superintendent in Clinton City Schools. You have the pleasure to work with great students and great faculty, and I say thank you to each and every one of you. Thank you to the families for being here tonight and taking time out of your schedule. And I'm gonna turn it over to the chair.
Thank you. I say thank you as well, and congratulations to all of you that were recognized, and I'm sure we have others. We have another sister here. I told her she'll be back in another month or so, and she'll be the student of the month. Her dad said, yeah, she will. Very good. All right, so let's take another break to give the parents an opportunity if they want to take pictures. And let's take another 5-minute break, and then we'll come back. Board members, we have to approve the agenda, the consent agenda and all that. We've not done that yet. So let's take another break to give the parents an opportunity. You're welcome to stay. We should be here about another 5 more hours, so you can stay with us. Surprise, surprise. Myself, right? All right, let's take a 5-minute break. as it's written, I ask for a motion to accept the agenda.
I move, Madam Chair.
Motion made by Dr. O, can I get a second?
Second.
Second, Mr. Hales. All in favor, let me know by the word aye. Aye. Motion carried. All right, next item is 6. We have, the consent agenda. Not too many on it this time. We usually have a lot. Give an opportunity to review this consent agenda. I ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So move, Madam Chair.
Moved by Dr. Oscar Rodriguez. Can I get a second?
Second.
Second, Pastor Russ. All in favor, let it be known by the word aye. Aye, motion carried. Thank you so much. Now we're gonna go back to the Ms. Kimbrough. See if we have questions about the testing and accountability. And thank you so much for waiting for us. All right, board members, you have questions about the report that Ms. Kimbrough gave regarding testing and accountability?
General question, not just for you, Ms. Kimbrough. It was mentioned when it was not, when we just got some information in a folder and we had to give it back. That, yeah, right. That we would get a breakdown, of districts in similar comparison to us. And I mean, you had some of that, but I know even within that, there's several that aren't really like us at all. Both county and city. Would it be possible, Ms. Kimbrough, Dr. J, Dr. Melanis, to drill that down to
Yes, sir, I can do that.
those that are more our peers, the Ashboro cities,
Yeah, and like,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Sorry, board member Hales, but if you look at the chart that, Mr. Love has up there now, districts that looks very similar to ours would probably be Duplin, Green, Lenore, Sampson, Wayne, Brunswick in some areas, but not in all. They're gonna be very similar to our socioeconomic demographics.
I think it would be helpful to us, when this information is presented, that only give us the ones, like because when he asked for them before, he asked for the ones that were comparable, and she wasn't in here, so she didn't. But to only give us the ones that we can really compare ourselves to, because we have, what, 10 or 12, I don't know how many up here that we really can't even compare ourselves to. So if we just can get the ones that, and then you can show us similarities, and then we can talk, and maybe we can learn something from what they're doing. If they're doing the areas, performing better than us in certain areas, we know where to target. It's just a lot of unneeded information.
You know, what I would say is, and we also did this last year. We've got everybody in the southeast, but again, you're right, not everybody in the southeast looks like us. Our district, like New Hanover, Onslow, not. You know, Onslow dealing with transiency, something that the rest of these really districts don't. And you know, so there's a lot of different things. But we'll look at trying to put together one that is very comparable to us. But I think one of the things that's very important to note is that all of them are going to have individual strengths and areas of concern. Just like in Clinton City, you see that number, and I was upset one day and here in cabinet meeting talking about our EL progress at 33.8. Actually, Clinton City, when I looked, it's the fourth highest in the state in EL progress at 33.8. So even though that's a low number, it's really high, especially when you look at it in compared to the state of North Carolina average. So I always put the state of North Carolina average up there because that's the average of all 115 school districts. So you can look and see where you're doing pretty well in. Like another one that we do pretty well in is Berkey's. And you know that we have a a high percentage of our students that we are working with that are going to go into the CTE trades. And so like we're 68.8 work keys. Well, if you look at Jones, I'm not even looking at the number because I already know it. Jones is in the 90s when it comes to work keys. So exactly what you said, Board Member Worley, you want to have conversations. So what we've done as a Southeast, and that's why we include all these at our last superintendent meeting, we had that exact same conversation that you just shared. As superintendents, we want to go to Jones County. We want to talk to Barbara Lee, who's their CTE director. Barbara used to work for me in Austin, so I know Barbara very well. What is Jones doing with CTE to get 91.1 proficiency? Which is almost unheard of. And then, you know, we know what Jones is doing with their graduation rate because it's been high for years there. Very small district, and you know they touch each individual child with that. But there's strengths and areas of need in all of these districts. But we just talked about that in our last superintendent meeting. Wanting to go to those districts, we're also going to rekindle our walkthroughs where the CTE leads and the superintendents will be going around to the districts. Again, Carteret is doing really, really well. If you go to like the high school, John's not like you can barely see it over there, but Carteret is sitting at 70% in biology, 67.5 in English 2, 61 in math 1, and almost 75 in math 3. Again, their students look much different than us. Our socioeconomic status is much different than ours. But again, if you're pulling those kinds of numbers, I mean, look at the math 3 average across the state, 57.6, and Carteret County 73.8.
So when are we going to visit?
So those are the conversations that we're having with Kathy Spencer, and she's going to set up meetings again. But many of the superintendents are also very similar to this conversation that we're having around the table tonight. Like the high school that Kathy wanted us to visit first is Topsail High School. And I looked at the Sampson County superintendent and the Lenore County superintendent and said, I don't need to go to Topsail High School. And they all agreed. Topsail High School's demographics, socioeconomic status is nothing like cities. And so Topsail does very well. Cheryl used to be the testing coordinator in Pender, so she can tell you that even in Pender, Topsail is much different than Pender High School.
It's the east versus the west in Pender County.
Yeah, so again, you have to find exactly what you just said a while ago. You have to get those comparable districts. And I know, thinking about what we just talked about a while ago with the audit and looking at Board Member Hales, when you're doing comps on trying to, you know, close a loan. Yeah, I mean, it's similar. So you want to have those similar districts. So I completely agree with everything that we've said tonight. We've got to have comparable districts for you guys to look at to see how Green is performing, how's Lenore performing, how is Wayne performing, how is the county of Wilson performing, how's Harnett County performing, which I would say are very similar to Sampson County and Clinton City Schools.
Dr. Johnson, you think we could have an opportunity to play bingo here? Because honestly, the way I look at it, if we look at Duplin County, you know, that socioeconomically wise, they're comparable. However, you see that, you know, they're also underperforming in some areas. But then I look at Greene County, and they have a couple of areas where they're achieving higher than us. So maybe it could be a good opportunity to just pinpoint the areas that we want to really improve and pick those schools that are doing good in those areas that socioeconomically look like us. Because if we sit here trying to find somebody that has everything socioeconomically that looks like us, we're going to struggle. We don't. I mean, so I think we can piggyback and say, well, you know, you're doing this good, so I'm going to go check on that. You're doing that good. And you're right. Topsail and us is just totally different. I was looking at Pamlico and I'm like, yeah, but they're totally different than us.
Yeah, I'm saying good comment, Dr. Owen. Yeah, we can do that. And again, there's going to be, and Board Member Hales noted this earlier, there's going to be a few city districts that look like us.
Some that Mount Airy would be one that's
Not like. Elgin City, not like us. Yeah, right. Yeah, so I mean, so you have to find those ones, I think, that are comparable to yours and then make comparisons. But again, I would say, speaking for the district that, going back to those numbers earlier, I mean, there's been a lot of, steady numbers is probably a good word. But I do think that there has been some, much needed pandemic recovery as well. Here in Clinton City, we're doing exceptionally well, in my opinion, in math, especially at the 3-5 level. I think we had a really good year in science at the 5th and the 8th grade level last year. We know that we are in need in the English area. But you also have to look at your demographics with English and know that many of our students are of Latino descent, and they may not have English as the spoken language at home. But with them again, we do really well in comparison to the state in EL progress. So I think you just have to look at it across the whole board. But getting back to what Dr. Rodriguez said, if there is a district that's doing really well in something, like my example with Jones and Work Keys, you do need to have those conversations and see what is Jones doing well. How are they performing at 91% at Work Keys? So I think we're doing pretty good at Work Keys. We're at 68.8. I mean, we're not going to state average, but Jones is sitting there at 91. And anytime, another thing you have to remember, anytime you're in a very, very small district, numbers can be skewed drastically in one side. Go to Elgin City right quick. Look at Elgin City's ACT score. If I'm reading that correctly, that's a single digit number. Now, remember, I already knew this in my head. So my wife's from Surrey County. So I don't know if y'all know, Elgin sits inside of Surrey County. So you've got Elgin, you've got Mount Airy City, and you've got Surrey County. Elgin is a very affluent school district, very few students. You may have had, it has to be more than 5, or that number would be, it's more than 5 or more than 10. More than 5. So it had to be at least 5 kids take that test for it to be presented, or it would say NA. But that 6 number, that 6 right there, that could have been 6 kids that took the ACT. So in a very small district, that number can be greatly skewed in high or greatly skewed negatively. I would say, just knowing Surrey County like I do, that Elgin City has probably never seen a 6 in ACT. And I'm not picking on him. I just know that number because I've looked at these. So you have to know those numbers. You have to know those comps and know again what's comparable numbers, for your district.
If you, to Dr. Rodriguez's point, it kind of does look like a bingo card. I don't know if it was the city's, Mr. Law, I believe it was the county. Yes, thank you. Even the ones where we're performing below the state average, if I can see.
Make that bigger, John.
No, I'm good. I got it. Like the one that really jump off the page, ACT, math 1, and
1 for sure, yeah.
Yeah, and then biology or English 2 are kind of in that similar. Like what are maybe some specific things that we're a couple, just 1 or 2 that we're looking at maybe doing a little, or that we're doing different now is my only question there. And really, I'm just looking at where's there a big discrepancy. If it's within a few percentage points, whatever, but those there's a large gap there.
Teresa,
Yeah, I'm going to talk to ACT just for a second because one of the things to remember is Cheryl talked about the raising of the score to get into a UNC system school went from 17 to 19 about 4 years ago. Well, guess what? UNC just changed it right back down to 17. So we'll see a change to that next year. It's in the pipeline for next year to drop that score back down as an entrance score for a UNC system school. The other thing to remember is since the pandemic, a lot of those universities have waived that test altogether. So kids know there's really no benefit for them to take that test and take it seriously because it doesn't put them in a college or not. So if I know I'm taking a test for not my own benefit, why do I bother? And I think we see that a lot with our kids taking the ACT. Before, you know, if I knew I needed a good score to get into somewhere, I took it seriously. Some of them took it multiple times before they even took it in 11th grade. I just think there's a different mindset around that particular indicator for our high school students. So I think we'll see a change when it drops back down to 17. That won't happen this year. They're talking timeline maybe next year. UNC system just announced that recently. So I think we'll see a difference there. Do you want to talk to the?
Yeah, and I'll say from my side as principal Clinton High School, this year, like I explained to the staff, this year is all about myself getting to make sure that we are fulfilling the mission and vision that we have. So the biggest thing that we're doing now is we have through our PDP goal with NESIS, our focus is on perfecting the PLC process, not just for the sake of doing notes, but actually taking action steps each week based on what we're seeing in classrooms. So teachers are truly planning together and looking at the basic data like attendance, grades, behavior, and then taking the steps on that. We can catch a lot of these things here. Because a lot of it is not so much that teachers aren't working hard, but you'll overlook something that you don't watch. For example, the kid who sits in class and is compliant. It may appear that they're actually doing well, and they're not. They may not have turned it homework in 3 weeks. But through that PLC process, if we're not really looking at that, we could unintentionally be saying the kid's doing well, but they're not processing. So that's the thing right now that we're perfecting, because right now I can't say for sure we're doing bad because of this. I have no frame of context. But what I do know is I don't have PLC notes from last year. I don't know what the conversations look like. So myself as principal looking at the feedback and action steps and making sure and this be looked at within a week and not this too far in the future. So we're getting away from by the end of the quarter, we'll do this. No, we have to look at by next week, how we do this. This week shows this. So really, we're refining because we're trying to find out. So I hate to leave things that way. I don't know the exact problem now, but I do know that I did have PLC notes last year. So that should be a peak. There are strong teachers within that, but there's inconsistency. So we're really planning. We should kind of have a more consistent thing. And hopefully we can see the fruits of those labor heavy projects at this year.
If I may, thank you, Principal Green, for your feedback. I think it's very important that we establish a baseline. So I agree with you. If we don't have the information, we can't establish the baseline. And that gets me to my question to Ms. Kimber. I think one part that we're missing as we look at these numbers is what was last year's number? Are they up here too?
First 5 or 6 slides.
Okay, but I mean, if I can get it combined, I mean, we can also show.
The other districts.
But I can also show what growth we've had. Well, yeah, I know, but I'm talking on this table too, if we can put them here. Yeah, if we can put them on this table too, as we're looking at the districts, because I mean, we got numbers here that are 0.03. We got numbers that are within a 5 point. So I think if we establish a baseline too, I mean, we might be moving up in the right direction in some areas. And we might not need to go and verify other schools because we might be doing the right steps to get us there. I think it's very important for me. And I think I'll agree with Dr. Melendez. One of the things in a recent enrollment meeting that I attended is you're correct. Students are not looking at ACT. Schools are going testing optional. And if we want to go deeper right now, we got the new program coming out that starts now on application week, which is the Connect program. 2.8 guaranteed admissions to all these schools. And you don't have to show a test. I do realize that our work keys numbers are going up, which is also a conducive part of our socioeconomic background. because a lot of students are going into the career and technical field. You know, Cumberland County, last numbers I pulled last week, 54% of the graduates do not enroll in a institution of higher learning as at the point of graduation, 12 months into it. They do not. So only 46% goes to college because they go on the short career certificates, you know, job ready skills. So the work keys is essential for our district. And I do agree with Ms. Kimbrough. I mean, my biggest concern was, and my apologies, I know we have it on the other graphs, but I wasn't able to see here. I think, you know, if we could see some improvement in areas, then we're doing the right things. It's probably the ones we're going backwards on that maybe we need to focus, you know.
I'd like to say something about comparing ourselves to people who are like ourselves, districts. I agree with that wholeheartedly. However, best practices, you can find that out from New Hanover County or Brother County or whatever. So if there are some best practices that those districts are doing that we can replicate, find out what they're doing, what our teachers are doing and not doing, even though our population is different. But best practice is the best practice, no matter what your population is. So let's not disregard those people who are not like us and spend a lot of time on those who are like us, because we need to be looking at best practices.
I wanted to follow up on the comment Mr. Green made about not having the information from the previous year. The PLC notes or whatever he needs. So he's coming in to a new school without the information from the prior year. Somebody has to have that. Seems like that should have been shared with him. And I would think that just because the principal is gone, we have the principal's not there. Somebody else should have had the notes. The PLC chair, or somebody ought to have that information to share with him instead of him walking in there green. And because then what does that mean for the kids? Well, now we got to wait. We got to wait a couple weeks to see what's going on to try to establish the baseline. I think if we are allowing that, just one person have the information, we need to figure out a better practice of that. Unless there's something about this process that I'm not understanding.
No, PLC notes we collect digitally throughout the district. So before I got here, there was a digital form that was created that if you had a PLC, you put your notes into that form. I don't know that the high school used that form or that they were required to use that form from administration. So when he says he doesn't have that information, he just doesn't have the files that he has, may be hit and miss. There might be one from last year in one area, one from the year before in another area. It wasn't used consistently. So our information catcher, the Google form, was not used consistently. So he doesn't have that information from the school level.
Okay, so we have a form that we created for the district, but we give the schools the option to use it. That's what I'm hearing.
Well, I can't speak to the past, and the reason I made that was because myself and Dr. Mulaney actually, that was one of the conversations. I actually went in with her and started changing the question so that it can actually be relevant, understood by high school teachers. So I can't say that they were or weren't, but we didn't have access to the whatever it was where you have to request access. And then my job is also just to make sure that what's expected is being expected. So that's why it's a big push for me, because it is more than just filling out a form and I have to work through it. Yeah, so it's more than compliance. So I actually go through and look at it and make sure it is actionable steps. So I made that references to say a lot of them couldn't tell me where it was, and I don't know where that should really fall in line, but all I could say is, hey, this is what we're all expected to do when this is our school-wide plan, because to push the ACT scores and everything else is going to be a collective effort. The kids learn in social studies and science impacts ACT. So if the PLC isn't right, or if we're not really taking steps in all those areas, even though a teacher can say, but I don't have an EOC tested course, everybody impacts ACT. That's the mission that we're striving for. It goes bigger than just your class. Squirt keys, it's SAT, it's ACT, it's college essays, all of this stuff plays a hand in hand with how we collaborate in that PLC structure. So that's the way I present it to them, and that's what I look for when I'm looking and giving them feedback.
Okay, so my question is not just targeted at Mr. Green. I appreciate your feedback over there. I feel like this is, what I'm hearing is more of a district issue, though. If we have created a process and it's not being followed, it's happening with him today because he's the new principal. But then when the next principal leaves, if the school has an option whether or not to follow this procedure, then the next principal that walks in will walk in and may not have the necessary information that they need to be successful. Am I the only one that's processing this way? Or am I missing something? I see your heads.
It may not be an option. It just may not be monitored. The expectation is probably there. It just may not be monitored.
Well, then that's a whole nother issue, Dr. Burns.
I'm just saying, nobody's saying it's optional, but if it's not monitored, what gets monitored gets done.
Well, and then the form, you said we created this form several years ago.
The form was in place when I got here, so.
And it's been how many years?
I've been here 3, so I don't know how many years ago the form was created. I'm assuming it was created.
It was when I was an instructional coach in about 2017, 18.
17, 18.
That's my turn.
Okay, go ahead.
Because I don't understand about it. So we've had the form in place and it was obviously created for this purpose to be able to record the information. This is my fault, to record the information so the information can be transferred from year to year, whether it's LC car or middle school or wherever. So now that's a concern in my mind that it's uncovered now that we've got this situation. It's the high school. This is it for them. We're at the end of the rope with these kids. We don't need to be coming in on a delay, trying to figure out, we don't have last year's information. What can we do? So in my mind, if somebody takes the time to develop a process, then there needs to be an expectation that people use it. If y'all spent so much time creating it, and if that's my thought process.
Yeah, I would say I think you're, in my opinion, of
The superintendent role and responsibility, I think we're missing it a little bit here. We're talking about a school level process. So a school level process is a school level PLC. So we're going to give the school and the principal a lot of autonomy to determine how they want to man and run their PLCs. The way Tony runs his PLCs might be totally different than the way Dr. Carroll runs her PLC. Might be totally different than the way Mr. Green runs his PLCs. So school level process to run their school. Now, that is different than data. Data is going to be data from M-Class, from DIBELS, from EOGs, EOCs. They're all going to have EBOS data, which we get entirely too late, by the way, but that's not Cheryl's problem. That comes from the state. That's going to be all data, and we're going to be talking and discussing that data. And again, there are principals that are excellent data people. They're excellent instructional leaders, and there are principals that are fantastic managers. It's all in the level of the principals, and they have a lot of autonomy to run their schools. Now we have liaisons. All of our principals have liaisons. They're all members of the cabinet, and those individuals meet with their liaison approximately quarterly to have those types of discussions. But this discussions are primarily, are you having your PLC meetings? What are your PLC meetings like? We're not going to hold them to a form that might have been created prior to me. If Angela said 2017, 18, because again, I'm not sure that my level of oversight into the school level is different than the previous superintendent. I let them have a lot of autonomy to run their schools. Then we have a lot of discussions about that throughout the year, and that's kind of how it works, for me as a superintendent.
Okay, I hear that. I understand what you're saying, and I can appreciate allowing the principals to do, to have the autonomy to run the school. I guess in my mind, I'm thinking that at some point as the district level administrators, if, that there are certain things that, when it comes from the cabinet or the district level, that when it's sent out or it's created, or there should be some consistency somewhere. I guess that's where I'm, when it comes to that. And maybe, like I said, I'm not fully understand. I'm hearing what you're saying. All I'm thinking about is here he is. He's walked in the new school, high school, all eyes on you, already in a fishbowl, under a lot of pressure, to come here and to fit in, because we all know Clinton is it's really different around here in so many ways. So he's coming in and he's under the microscope already, and then he doesn't have what he needs to be able to get started with the PLCs. And I'm gonna leave it alone, but I just feel that we need to give them, I guess, make sure that they have all the tools they need to come in and be successful.
Let me speak to this, because I didn't want it to go that way. PLC is that's a piece that I know I need to look at. But the data beforehand, everything, all of that I was given. I just came up with the PLC is going to be my vehicle to address some of what was given to me. So the wealth of information from Dr. Johnson and even Ms. Westerby before she left on some things that they were trying to implement, that was given. I did not have physical notes from the last PLC, which is why I made that statement. So I need to ensure as we go through and what we're looking for that was there. But I do want to give a credit to Dr. Johnson and Melinas and Dr. Ms. Westerby before I left, really making sure all the information as far as scores, I had that. I just had no context of the people in the building, but I wouldn't get that. That would be something I have to discover as we roll through this together. So that's what I will say is I was given all the information, but again, I was brought in to kind of lead a certain change of mindset in the PLC structure to be what I've used in the past, that I want to see how it works with Clinton High School as we really make strategic decisions.
Thank you for sharing that. Okay, awesome.
No, I'm good. I'm good. Mr. Green, I appreciate you answering that question, because that, in a way, you're acknowledging that the accountability and the resources that you need are being provided to you to effectively establish your PLCs and your change mentality in the high school. And I think as board members, that's our biggest thing. We want to be sure that you're receiving the support from the administration in order, and that's for all principals, in order for you to be successful. And hearing you say those words, that you work with the prior principal, with Dr. Melinas and Dr. Johnson, and Dr. Johnson providing you that autonomy to do what you need to do, it's a testament that he believes in your ability to impact the school. And as an educational leader in my world, you have to allow your leaders to lead their people and be there for them for resources. And it sounds to me that that's the agreement that's coming to terms here. So no problem. Thank you.
The only other thing I was gonna add is, since we got $6 million in the bank, we we did it a couple years ago, and I mentioned it to Dr. Melanis when we had our little 5-minute break. Those schools that met growth, and of course I propose to do more as we continue with exceeds and whatever, but the schools that met growth, if we could do a new banner and maybe do a little celebration when we hang the banner at each school, because we're quick to, I'm as guilty as anybody, but we're quick. We'll hang an athletic championship banner the day after the championships won, and obviously academics takes part over that, right? That's why we're here. So let's make sure we hang those academic banners.
Other questions?
He's trying to run off.
You've only been at it since before 8 o'clock this morning. Come on, another few minutes. Any other questions before she leaves? If not, we thank you for all you do and appreciate the information.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, all right. Dr. Melendez, I think you're next.
I just have a couple items. One of them, Dr. Rodriguez already alluded to. If you look at number 3 is the college, NC College Connect. We talked a little bit last time we were here, is now live, and it is in a pilot. It's a 3-year pilot, but it is a system that allows students to claim their spot at one of the 6 UNC systems or any community college if they have a 2.8 going into their senior year. It's 3 questions, maybe 3 questions. Male, gender,
It's
gender. Well, I know it says it on here.
ID.
Right.
It's very minimal.
Three things. If they have that 2.8 and they answer those 3 things, they're going to receive a letter saying that they are eligible, that their place is saved at UNC Greensboro, Pembroke, Asheville. They can choose all of them if they want to choose all of them. They can choose one of them. They still have to meet high school requirements. So they still have to have that 4th math. They still have to make sure that they end with a 2.8 GPA. But basically, it gives them their spot in their university as they go into their senior year. And so we're super excited about that in a couple different reasons. McKinney-Vento kiddos, kiddos who maybe not would see themselves going to college, have a spot, and all they have to do is maintain and keep their end of the bargain by finishing that math and getting that GPA, and they can go to a school. So it's a pilot. We'll see how it goes for the next 3 years, but we're excited that we have that opportunity. And so we'll see how it goes this year. And hopefully we'll get a list of how many students applied that way, how many claimed their spot. We'll get a letter in a couple months and it'll let us know, and I'll report back how many students actually claimed their spot that way. Because I think could be an exciting thing for our students. So
Is it just the schools in the UNC system?
So
I see it says North Carolina institutions, but is it just?
So it's the 6 schools at the bottom there. Most of them are schools of promise, which are good, and then any community college in North Carolina. So
Dr. Lens, I'm gonna.
Yeah, jump in.
I'm gonna jump in because I just did a full presentation for the administration. You're right. One of the things that is important to note here, the community college that is going to choose, that's going to be the North Carolina Community College of Choice, is the one where 60% of the population attend in the county. So therefore, when we calculate 60% of the population in Sampson County, goes to Sampson Community College. So that is the community college. That's how they're going to select the community college that's going to be on the paperwork for Sampson County and for Clinton City School. It's not because you're closer on the line to fail. It's that's how they made it fair for the community colleges. Another thing to note, they're encouraging a lot of students to do it in an application week because that's the only time that they're waiving applications. Now, there's some schools that don't waive application fees. Correct. Greensboro will not. So that's another thing. And on the meeting that I had yesterday, one more thing is, all the North Carolina independent private schools are jumping on the bandwagon too. So they are getting in here with all the schools to participate on this. And right now, promise schools, we still got Pembroke, Fable State, and Elizabeth City, I think, are the only one that are left right now as promise schools. Asheville opted out. No. They're here for the NC Connect, but they're no longer with the $500. Yeah, but you're right. I mean, they're asking for the 2.8. Basically, as Dr. Melendez mentioned, you get an offer to participate in October. You go through the whole process. In November, you get a reminder again, and you accept, and then all the schools, the LAAs, get a list of all these students that have a 2.8 that have qualified, and they go through the whole process, and they can select all the schools. And the best way I expressed it to my administration, what we're doing is we're shopping for a car. We're shopping for a car because all private schools award in January financial aid, public schools around February, community colleges around March. So you're gonna have a list of options of where to go. So, but it's a great opportunity for the students. Mhm.
And one of the things, oh, sorry.
You said that, you were talking about the county, so the kids in Sampson County will only be able to go to Sampson Community?
No. No, they can go to any community college they want. The community college that is gonna show in the letter is gonna be the community college of service.
Okay.
Yeah, but they can go to any community college that they want. It's just for this program, because they can get on College Foundation and apply to anywhere that they want.
So how it's been rolled out with students? How students?
So, yeah, the counselors, I had, Taylor went to a meeting a couple weeks ago, so she got this information straight from DPI. It rolls out, they go college application week, they share that information, it has already been sent out through social media. All of those students, each grade level of the building has a counselor email blast that goes to them. So if you're a senior, you're on this group. If you're a junior, you're in this group. And so it's been shared out with them in their email blast. So that information is out there.
Is there a personal touch to it? Or if they don't read the email, they don't see that
During college application week, all those kids come and they come to the they're there open, ready to serve them and help them get their applications ready for college application week. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they do a good job of that. And what you don't see up here is an ACT score. So just another plug for that. And then the only other thing I had on here was just that art literacy intervention plan, which we have to submit yearly to DPI by October 1st, was approved early September with no recommendations. If you'd like to read that, you can read that. That is our plan that talks about how we do business in K3 reading class. So, no recommendations means it's done. They like it, ready to roll. So that's all I've got for you. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Molinas. Mr. Lowe?
Thank you, Dr. Brunson. I have some informational items. This kind of relates back to when Chief Davis was here. We're asking about other things we're doing to keep our schools safe. Not that our schools didn't have a plan to identify behavioral threats and to look at students who might be presenting certain tendencies and actions, but now it is legislated that every school must have this team, and it's called the Behavioral Threat Assessment Management Team, and that is legislated. So to make sure we're complying with the reporting components of that law, we looked at several different platforms that could help these teams at the school compile their documentation when they see a need with a student, and the counselors follow up. But then that leads into, we might need to also involve some of our contracted services for mental health services. And to report this appropriately by the new legislation, we needed a place to compile that kept it appropriately private and only accessible to the team members that needed access. So Cabinet reviewed multiple platforms and we selected Navigate 360. You've been seeing that in my information items, but the Navigate 360 also comes with the National Threat Assessment Center training, NTAC, NTAC training, and the teams are going through that training, which then solidifies their ability to identify what might be a behavioral challenge with students in their schools, and then how to vet that. And it gives them some concrete steps to go through to then provide supports and then document supports. And this platform helps them also document all of that and any outcomes, because we'll have to, all the schools will have to report on that. And so that kind of ties in with that. The training was rolled out starting on September 3rd. And so they could get into the training just a little bit before we rolled out the actual platform. We gave them about a week, and then the platform access was open on September 9th. The training is intensive. I'm going through the training myself. It's rated at 4 hours. It's probably not going to take all of us 4 hours to complete it. Some might take longer than others. I'm not an expert in this area by any means. I wear a lot of hats, but it has a pre-test at the start. And a lot of it is reasonable things that any person who has worked in a school, and of course, I served on the school discipline committee with E.R. Mason, so that helps me a little bit. I scored a 93% on the pretest. So there are things that school educators already know about identifying behavioral issues in their schools. This just gives you concrete steps and a way to document it, and to document, we're giving this support. Is it resulting in positive outcomes? And then you document, no, it's not. So we're going to shift and try this other support, and we'll have a way to document that, which is also going to be required to report to the state. So I wanted to share that. On another note, the College Street property that Clinton City Schools Board of Education owns, we've been discussing for a long time what might be a good use of that property in order to maintain it, because it is on the historic register and in a historic district. And it's going to be very challenging for Clinton City Schools to maintain, especially the front structure on the register, which is a 1911 structure. So we met with Holton Wilkerson with Community Smith a couple of weeks ago. He was excited about potential for the project. Miss Mary Rose from the city planning office met with us. And then just yesterday, we met with another developer, Mr. Rory Dowling with First and Main Development. He's very excited about the project. And Mary Rose is excited about working with him. He used to be with DFI, with the School of Governance. And I didn't know until yesterday that Clinton Municipality had done some work years ago with DFI and helped develop a couple of properties in town. So that's getting a little bit of motion as we go through there. I'm going to sort of go out of order a little bit and go down to, I like to just give you a graph of recent results of our solar project. And so you can see still on most days, our solar production is exceeding consumption. We did select one password for an enterprise passphrase management platform. Most cybersecurity insurance agencies are going to start making this a requirement. Right now, it's just part of your checklist and a series of things that I have to go through when Emily says it's time to renew cybersecurity insurance. Here's their new questionnaire. Well, this is going to eventually become a requirement to help teachers manage passphrases and ensure that we're using appropriate strengths of passphrases. So we vetted about 6 different platforms and ended up selecting one password. It'll be rolling out soon. We've got to get the technical side straightened out first. So we hope to have it in place by start of second semester in full effect. And I'm going to go back up now and go to Needs-Based Public School Capital Fund. That window opened August 1 with a deadline of submission for September 13th. We met that deadline. I completed 14 different applications. Dr. Brunson had the pleasure of signing them all. They had to be signed by the chair of the county commissioners prior to, well, I guess in conjunction with Dr. Brunson. It was not, didn't require it sequentially. In those applications, it's over $6 million in support for roofing needs. And I included approximately $2.5 million for HVAC needs. Things like the unit behind the Sunset Auditorium is 27 years old and has issues. The dehumidification units at Sunset have some issues. They need to be replaced. We've got a 31-year-old unit that serves the media center at Butler Avenue. We're lucky they made things that well 30 years ago. If you bought them today, they're probably not going to last that long. So I included all of those in these applications as well. There's no guarantee we'll get any funding, but you do know in 21-22, I got almost $900,000. So we can hope for some support from the state in that area. And that ties in with a little further up, our updated roofing budget estimates with the way prices are changing. And this I had to have as supporting documentation for the grants, but you can see some of the updated numbers of high priority to me right this moment is the 300 building at LC Carr. We have multiple leaks across 4 of the 6 classrooms, and it's going to have to be addressed. You can see the totals there. Next high priority equally are Sampson Middle, both the academic and gymnasium, and they did combine on line 12 for us, the full amount. And then this Sunset Avenue wall is just, I lose sleep over it because we have the brick facade that is separating. And at some point, if it's not addressed, we're going to have brick facade fall off above the 800 wing by the office off that top portion and fall onto that lower portion. We're going to have to address that. It's in my capital outlay plan for this school year to get that bid out and addressed, but we're going to need some support from needs-based public school capital or an influx of some of the county commissioners' fund balance to help us with that, because it's going to be an expensive project. The recommendation is to take the brick facade off, replace the windows, and put up vertical metal roof panels because we're getting water through that brick facade. And we've tried all sorts of attempts to patch it. We've changed the flashing at the bottom. We coated that brick wall with a water repellent to try to stem that issues. And we're getting to the point where we're out of Band-Aids for that. And we're out of Band-Aids for the 300 hall at LC Carr as well, because, you know, we keep going up there and putting more roofing tar on the shingles and it looks like a patchwork now, but then new leaks appear somewhere else. So just sharing that this helped me create the applications to needs-based public school capital. So if you'll think about standing at the front of the school and you've got the 2-story building on the right, which is the Carr Street side, and the addition that was added between it and Finch Street side, that's 1 story. And we replaced that roof not so long ago because it's got solar panels on it. But that upper facade of the Carr Street building, the triangle shaped building we like to call it, that upper facade, that wall that sits above the exceptional children art and science lab classroom, that vertical wall is the one that's getting cracks in it. And since we started monitoring it and tried the repellent on it, it's developed additional cracks. And so, yeah, we want to get that solved.
So the cost of that, yeah, I mean, you start having brick fall off the building, that's, yeah. So you're talking 280 grand, right? Am I looking at that right? No.
Yes,
687.
that is this line 7. That's the vertical wall, right?
So 2 questions. And I'm not, but 3.7, 4 million, 2.2, 1.8. That's obviously, we hope and pray that's grant money, right? Because that's
Right.
money.
Right.
All right, but yeah, but I mean, you we're not gonna stroke a check for $4 million out of fund balance. I mean, we may have to at some point, but we would go to our county commissioners, and I had an off-record conversation with a county commissioner about our root needs, and he in particular was positive. But he always is for Clinton City. But anyway, 280. And the most dire need at LCK is the 300 building, correct? 160. Yeah, so you're talking 440.
Yep. And so they are both in my capital outlay plan for this current year.
Oh, good.
And so good news on the LC Carr. You know, I just referenced our 21-22 needs-based public school capital.
Yes,
You know, you write the grants, you get funded at a certain amount. And I just submitted this summer our final reports. and my numbers match theirs exactly. Quotes came in just a little bit under what we proposed, $57,000. There's some other numbers with that, but 57 to round it off. And they immediately said, well, we don't like to revert these funds. And it was email. I replied back. I said, I wouldn't want to revert it either, but your information says it has to be used only for the scope that was proposed in the grant application. They said, that's true. Let me check with my boss. I said, okay, sounds good. So we went back to his boss. This is Dennis Hilton checking with Nathan Mauney. Dennis comes back and says, are there other roofing projects at the sites that were included in this? I said, yes, sir, there are. We have a pressing need at Elsie Carr Elementary. I said, it's way more than what we have left as a balance. Would this be eligible? He said, possibly. Let me check with my boss. And ultimately what came about is I have in writing from the Office of School Planning that we can use that 57,000 towards the Elsie Carr project. So that helps us out tremendously there. And I'd already budgeted a certain amount for that project. So I'm hoping that that comes and gets bid at an appropriate number, and I can shift the rest of what I had budgeted towards the wall at Sunset, and those two can get solved in this capital outlay year. Okay. That's my intent. And then we'll tackle the others as we can with help from the county commissioners, and hopefully, maybe they fund a bunch of new schools, but there's 2 million left, and maybe they give Clinton City 300,000, and we can tackle something else in needs-based public school capital, because the priority in that fund is new construction. And if there's a leftover, they're going to divvy it out at what they deem they score it. And luckily our score goes up a little bit because we're in a tier 1 distressed county. Our county commissioners have a certain designation on their ability to fund and their tax base, and we're high scoring in that. And we haven't had receipt of any of these funds in the last 3 years. The previous 2 years, that was one thing that hurt us, as we had received it in 21, 22. So I'm hoping we'll get at least something, but there's no guarantee. It could all get used up on new construction.
Thank you. Mr. Lowe, can you leave this up here when we go into our next section?
I certainly will. Thank you, sir.
Have you finished it?
Yes, ma'am, unless there are any other questions.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, board members. I appreciate your time and energy and efforts here tonight. It's been a long night. What we are attempting to do with this next item is to start a conversation. Most likely, we may have to have a separate board meeting to address this next item. So the next item we entitled the facility conversation, potential K2 school and roofing needs. And so what we have on the screen up here, and I'm going to let John help me a lot on this next conversation, is the RFQ that John and he had a lot of help working with people who have gone through this process, because neither John nor I have. I think he talked to Clyde quite extensively, but he put in an RFQ for architects. And what we have in this item here are the 4 architects that submitted
a response.
Thank you, John. I didn't want to say the wrong word. Response for the architectural firms that could assist Clinton City Schools if you all, as a board, decide to move forward with a new K2 school. The 4 architects are LS3P, SFLA, Michael Graves, and Becker Morgan. As John has just noted, and I want John to make sure I say this correct as well, the capital projects he had up there, the roofing needs, the public school, the public needs-based public school capital funds. John, please explain why there was 14. Why did you do 14?
I split the applications into 14 to break them up into smaller components because, and I just referenced that the funding goes to new school construction first. And so that's going to take up large amounts because for an elementary school now, if you apply for needs-based public school capital funding, you can receive up to $42 million. If you apply for a high school, it's now 52 million. When those numbers go out and several counties want to build new schools, the available pot of funds, this is all coming from lottery generated revenue, goes away really quickly. And so they'll fund those at those numbers. So, say I'm just going to throw a number like there's 130 million out there. Well, you can fund 3 elementary requests. Maybe they fund that. Well, then that's going to leave a little bit of millions of dollars. They got to divvy up somehow, but it's not going to fund another elementary or another high. So they want to expend that, and they didn't come about with the ability to spend on anything beyond new construction until 21-22. That was the first year they ever allowed it. It was all, and they would just roll that money over. And they were pressured we've got needs in other schools besides one that need new construction. So that's why I split it up into smaller segments. I also like to include all of our needs that could possibly come up because, again, this has to go to the county commissioners for review. And if we receive the money, we've got to come up with the 5% from somewhere, and that's county commissioners. And they have to agree to that when we apply, that yes, if the school is granted these fundings, then county commissioners are going to chip in 5%. And so I like that because it documents and reinforces what we share with them every year in the budget process, that we have capital needs in Clinton City Schools. And really, truly, county owns all of our school buildings except for College Street property. So we're saying doubly, yes, we present this in the budget presentation every year or our budget submission because we don't get to present anymore. And we're saying we're applying for needs-based public school capital. And the other thing you have to do in the application process is you have to indicate, was this in your long-range capital outlay plan that you have to submit to DPI every 5 years? The answer for me has been yes on every single one of them, because that's another way to document the needs within the district. So that kind of all comes together. That's a long explanation for him asking why I submitted 14.
That's exactly what I wanted you to say. And I think that's important. And the reason why I asked the board chair and the vice chair if we could present this information tonight, because I think it comes on the cusp of information about the fund balance, which I think is very important when you're talking about some major needs, some maybe wants, but probably is a need. And so as a board, when I say we're going to start the conversation, what we're going to be tasking and asking you to do in the next coming months is to look at fund balance, look at the needs of our roofs, to look at these booklets and digital documents, to come up with a short-term plan and maybe a longer-term plan on what you feel like as elected officials is the direction that we need to go. Now, we're here to help you to make those recommendations. But again, we need to be making some decisions. I mean, Board Hales talked about that it may not be possible for us to stroke a $4 million check. It is right now. So it may be that as a board, you say that the roofing needs at Sampson Middle School are so dire that we have to stroke a $4 million check. As John has noted, with our county commissioners, If you all, decide in the next coming months that we should be moving forward with the addition of a new K-2 school, John has told you that, whoever the architect is will probably work with us to help with the grant for the needs-based public school. And you would have the probably a good opportunity because we would be consolidating two schools. You would probably have a good opportunity to receive $42 million from the state. And in the conversations with the architects that you decide, you may want to do actually bring them in and interview them. You may decide to do two that way or just one that way. You're going to need to ask some hard questions like how feasible is it that we're going to build a high school for the 42 million that you get from the state and the 2.1 that you get from the local county commissioners, so 44.1, or is it going to cost you more like 50 million? And then is that where you spend some of your fund balance? A question that I wrote down for Emily, and you don't have to give me an answer right now, but I think you already know the answer is, we know that we spent $511,218 from fund balance last year. That was the number that he gave. I looked on the pages, I did the subtraction on my calculator and got $511,218. Do you know how much we have budgeted this year in 24-25 of fund balance to balance our projections? You know what that figure is or what an approximate figure is?
Last year, we budgeted $1 million, excuse me, and this year it's 1.8. With hopefully we won't need it, like last year we only needed 511, and that's how much we needed to balance the budget.
So I think that that's an important statement too from Emily, and I knew you knew that number, that's why I wouldn't just throw that at you. So last year, we budgeted $1 million on paper to show that we were going to break even. You have to do that. We only spent 511,000, but I think that's what the auditor was trying to say, and he did a really good job. We're not at break even. That was what we kept talking about. Are we at break even? Well, no, because we spent 511,000 last year. On paper, we're showing that we're nowhere close to break even. We show right now that we're $1.8 million over break even. So how much of the 1.8 are we going to spend in 24-25? Is it going to be 511 or is it going to be 1.511? And so those are some things. And again, it's kind of like Adam said. He said, I sit down several quotes. He said, you're not going to know until you get there.
That's a hard statement for me to understand. Is that we don't know how much money we spend until we spend it. That's very difficult. If I run my business like that, I wouldn't have lasted 5 generations.
But the answer is because there's a lot of money coming from all different kinds of pots. There's state money, there's federal money, there's local money, and like on the back end, you might be spending money that may be reimbursed at a later time, and you just never know. And then, like Emily and I just found out something the other day that sometimes you have to spend money that may not come back in that fiscal year. It may come back in year 2, or it may come back in year 3. So sometimes you get reallocations of money that you weren't expecting. Sometimes you get hit with an issue that you're not expecting. John talks often about the building at Union Intermediate that time where there was a downspout. Yeah. And it blew the gym up basically. And they weren't expecting the couple of $1 million that they had to spend. So that's why you never know, kind of like where you are. I used to hear that too when I was not a superintendent, and I was like, that's the craziest thing I've ever heard. How don't you know? But you really don't know until you start putting, he talked about object codes. You may not know this. I'm kind of throwing this on you. How many object codes do we have? I mean,
DPI is running out of object.
So So it's just not those four codes, you know, it's not a one, that's the first number, a one, a two, or a three. But it might be within that one, two, and three, 500 object codes.
So, what was the figure that we budgeted? You said 1.1. What did we budget to use for fund balance for this year?
1.8, 1.2.
1.8, and we only used 511.
No, that was 23, 24. So 23, 24, we budgeted approximately $1 million.
And we used half of it. So then therefore the other half goes back in fund balance. And it looks like we're adding the fund balance. That from what I've understood sitting in this seat all these years, you budget these higher numbers that for fund balance that we're going to use. And when we don't use it, we get to add it back to fund balance and our fund balance grows. So if we are budgeting, you said, what is it now?
1.8.
1.8 this time, we're not going to use the 1.8.
Oh.
So, yeah, and I mean, I can sit here, I don't know any time that we have from, because that's how I understood, that's how the system works. That's how the process works. You budget this higher number so you can always have something to add back to fund balance.
17, 18, and 18, 19, we used excessively more than the budgeted fund balance.
And if we didn't meet our $1 million last year, why did we increase it this year? If we used that, why didn't we put it back to the $1 million?
To quote the auditor, the gravy train has run out. So you don't have all the ESSER money to fund the back end of the additional positions, which a lot of those positions we have, you know, that we they're gone. Thank you for the right word, sir. We've consolidated those positions and we've, you know, moved on.
Which is still a little position we blame for.
Well, then, and in those
Right.
2 years, like you just said, in those 2 years, we spent excessive fund balance. We did uncover all that stuff that was uncovered and we had to pay what we had to pay. But I've been in the seat for 14 years. And so that is this is 12, that's 12 years that the system has worked. And those couple years, that was when you first came and all that stuff was uncovered. Am I correct? Was it those
Those
years?
are the only two that I know of.
Mhm.
It's 17, 18, and 18, 19. And when I stepped into the seat, remember I was told that we're showing on paper that we're gonna have to spend $1.5 million.
Yeah, I remember that. And so the to my point though, those things were uncovered and we had to fix it for those 2 years and we did that. But for 14 years, so I've been here 14 years, for 12 other years, those years were a shocker when all that stuff came to us. We were all just kind of dumbfounded with all of that. And we were able to, we had it there to recover. But for the most part, the system works, that you allot this extra money and then you're able to put it back. And since you got it fixed those 2 years, we've been able to do it since then.
Except for last year. Last year scares me. I'm gonna be honest with you. Last year scares me because we spent $511,000 in fund balance.
Out of, that's half of what we allotted,
But you
right?
still spent money from your savings account.
Yeah, I'm not saying we don't spend any of it. I'm saying we don't spend the full allotment is what I'm saying.
But net position is lower than we were in this time last year. Because we had to spend $511,000 from our fund balance. So again, my concern is we've never done that. Not in my time as superintendent. This is getting ready to start year 7. For the 5 previous years, we've always added to fund balance. We may say that we're going to spend $1 million, but we put $1.3 million back. We put $1.4 million back. We put $1.8 million back. So you say you're going to spend $1 million, but you put $1.8 million back. We said we're going to spend $1 million this year, and we spent $500,000. So I've not had a year like that. And to your point, Clinton City, to my knowledge, has only had 2 years like that prior to last year, 17, 18, 18, 19. So I am a little concerned
with the spending of 511 last year and now showing on paper that it's not or not 1 million for 24-25, it's 1.8. So we don't make this number up. Emily does a lot of research. We look at position allotments, we look at spending, we look at everything. And then we come up with a figure that she feels like it's going to take to balance the budget. Then over the course of that year, you make changes. We find pots of money that we can utilize. Maybe when we're not fully staffed, like currently we need a position at Sunset. We're going to need another position at Sunset. Tony's not been fully staffed yet. So you're kind of robbing from Peter to pay Paul, as board member Edgerton would probably say. And then you're putting some money back, but that's why you really don't know, Mr. Edgerton, until the end of the year, because you're grabbing and gobbling up all these allotments and these positions and this money. And then when it gets to the end of the year, that's when it all comes to a wash and you kind of see where you're at.
And we sort of know along the way, because you get quarterly budget reviews and you can tell, and why have we spent, if it's first quarter and you've spent 40% in a certain budget area, then you might want to go, wait, we're going to have to look at this. And we do, we see it at cabinet, we have discussions about it. And so we try to keep that under control. That's why we didn't spend $1 million out of fund balance. I'm with Dr. Johnson. I'm concerned about this 24-25 year because it is it for ESSER. And we're projecting 1.8 and there's no ESSER to buffer that 1.8. So I don't expect us to do half out of fund balance. I expect it might be a little higher than half this time because there's no buffer from ESSER at all. And we're continuing some things that we implemented to the benefit of our staff. We're still things that we had been paying out of ESSER, some bonuses that had been paid out of ESSER, some programs we were funding out of ESSER. That's it. But we want to keep the programs. So I anticipate we might, instead of half of 1.8 would be 900,000. Unfortunately, I anticipate we might spend $1 million out of 1.8, even though we're going to try not to. We're going to look at it. We're going to try not to. But with what we've got going on and needs, we might, because there's no ESSER buffer anymore.
You think it'll be that high? Well,
I hope not.
I mean, just from years of experience and what you're seeing, you're thinking it's going to be higher than 700,000.
Like I said, we've got a lot of things that we think are of value that were funded out of ESSER that we don't have ESSER funding for anymore. So where's that got to come from? Out of local. And that's why right now, because we're keeping those things, that's why she's projecting 1.8 out of fund balance, because we're keeping those things and we're keeping those. And it's not a whole lot of positions, it's a few, but we're keeping them. Either we don't keep them and we don't project that much out of fund balance.
Is it mostly position?
No, because Dr. Johnson made a concerted effort when he came in and had all the challenges we had to consolidate, let people retire, to get away from having so many positions funded out of local. He knows those numbers better than I do, but I remember when he came in, the numbers funded locally were really high numbers, and it's been put in programming. And earlier there was mention, is a one time we bought, Chromebooks or laptops. Well, yeah, that sounds like one time, but in today's world, that's one time every 4 years. Well, what do we do when there's no ESSER and we've got to replace things that are outdated? It's going to come out of fund balance, I guess, because there's no other influx of money. There's no federal money for that. And so you got to plan for that. Exactly. I've been presenting a plan to refresh a portion of them each year, so you don't have to buy them all out at once.
But funds to buy them first,
Yeah,
so we don't have funds to buy them.
and we're not the only school district with that challenge.
That's correct.
They just did an article about that, and we saw it in, Chad about how many districts are needing money for, additional, kickers. And this is not the conversation that I want to have, tonight, but I wanted to mention all that. To say, I don't change what all you said, completely agree. I think we're in a healthy position, keep using that term. Healthy position. I think we're in a very healthy position. So while we're in a healthy position, I think we should be having the conversations about what are needs versus wants versus absolutes. And as a board, you all have to determine needs, wants, and absolutes.
And it's like a butcher could leave.
Yeah, I mean, it does. I mean, so, and I've had the pleasure, Danielle's here tonight. I've had the pleasure of working with her on the project she's working on. She's looking at a project with LCK, and we looked at how old LCK was the other day. And how old, but you're talking about schools that were built in the 50s.
54. The main portions, the old portions of Carr and Butler were built in 54. We were able to make additions in 92 to both sites and then again in 2000. So the old sections of those buildings, 54 or 70 years old. So
So, couple things, listening and retaining. Listen, to me, and I'm only one, of course. I think an absolute is making sure that we don't have a constant issue with because the further you put off a water problem, the worse it's gonna get. Amen. So, but I guess my point is like, we are in a healthy position. And I would kind of look at it like this. I was gonna ask the question of that $500,000, how much of that was what I would consider an asset purchase and how much of that was an operating expense? And what I mean by that is my background, I look at it a little, well, I don't know if difference the right word, but I think we have to put it in a context of if it's an asset purchase, it's of greater benefit to spend the money than it is a operating expense that you might can cut. If we need to upgrade laptops, write a check within reason, because that's an asset purchase. That's a long-term asset. Repairing a roof is a long-term asset improvement. It improves the asset of the facilities we hold on our balance sheet. In the Linden world, you kind of come to a catch-22. How old is too old? And I'm gonna ramble a minute, but it's almost the same in a lot of ways, because we're sitting here talking about we don't know what we're going to spend until we spend it, and then we find out at the end of the year what we're going to get back. Well, that ain't a lot different than agriculture. They plant a crop in the spring, they ain't got a daggone clue what they're going to get paid for it, how much rain they're going to get, no rain, hurricane, you name it, until the end of the year. And so the way to balance that, the only way to balance it, the only way is to manage risk. And you manage risk through liquidity. The top half of the balance sheet, I would say, which is cash in the bank, accounts receivable, inventory versus your current liabilities. If the top half of your balance sheet remains healthy and your current assets are far superior to your current liabilities, you're not in trouble. So as a board, as we pay attention to those things in terms of our liquidity position, that's how you balance
won't need absolute. My point saying all that is to say, we're healthy enough, in my opinion, if the 300 bill, and I'm just using these as two examples because I think they, other than the middle school, they're of the greatest need. The 300 wing at LCK and the elevation wall at Sunset. So let's just use those two for simplicity reasons. You've got the money that we can use, I think, from the previous whatever. So that takes, and I'm using round numbers, it ain't gonna be to the penny. That takes LCK's cost basically down to 100 grand. All right. And then you've got Sunset Ave. So you're talking about spending 380 grand, you got $6 million in the bank.
Well, you got capital outlay, you got how much you got from capital outlay this year?
It was close to $500,000, I think, on
From our county commissioners, what did they give us? Do y'all know?
480.
434.
430, okay. So you've got some money. That to me is an absolute that you can fix without having to access a long-term solution plan kind of thing. That's your low-hanging fruit.
Yeah, it's on Johnson.
Yeah, exactly. So we're already going to address those two. In regard to the catch-22, and we face this a lot in the poultry and swine industries. A swine barn that was built in the early 80s, if it's not been looked after, probably need to put hogs in it anymore. Okay, for the same reasons we're talking about the water pouring in at the middle school. So when do you tear down and build new? There's a reason all these poultry integrators have built. I mean, if you flew an airplane over Robeson County right now, you'd swear you could walk on the 10. There's a reason they're building new facilities. It's because they work better. They're more efficient. Right. They grow a healthier bird. The livability of the bird is better. They don't eat as much feed because it's a certain temperature in the house, like all these things. And I'm liking that to this because to me, when I look at the long-term needs, if we're continuing to throw money at facilities that are 70, 80 years old, probably time to tear down and build new. I could make the argument. I mean, if I'm sitting here looking at that one Excel spreadsheet, I could make the argument we need to build a new middle school. Of that 11.2 million, 9 of it's the middle school. I understand and agree with the K2 premise. I'm not trying to deviate from this conversation. But it would not take much convincing and confusing to get a new. So that's how Clark's brain works. If the $500,000 that's coming out of fund balance this year, $1 million is a long-term asset need or absolute, I view that as that's why you all are in cabinet and we're elected to this board. Those are things we need to be spending money on. Wants you can fund in a lot of different ways. I think when I talk about thinking outside the box, putting a company's logo on something, putting a bank in the high school for the finance class, that's way to generate revenue that has nothing to do with what we get from anybody other than the revenue we create for ourselves. So that's how my brain's working as I'm looking at this.
The only clarification, I'm gonna ask John for this, but I think this is accurate. Line item 12 is just line item 13 and 14 added together.
That is correct. And then that.
And I retract my previous.
Yeah, that total is skewed.
So again, he bust these up for each base capital. To do the whole roof at Sampson Middle, it's gonna cost $1,055,000. Okay. But he busted it up because if they build these schools and there's $1.8 million left,
We're gonna take it.
We're gonna take it.
We're gonna take it. And we'll
Yeah.
on the G.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
whatever's, yeah, the gym side is worse than the academic. Well, actually now it's reversed itself because I put a band in. So, yeah, he's over there just nodding. Yep. So some good points. Yeah.
What was that, Ron?
Oh, no, I was asking Jeremy's question.
Well, I asked it, Mr. Ray. It was asked about.
What's the purpose in the consulting fees? If we know the roof is leaking, a roofer goes up there and tells us what it's gonna cost. We really don't need to consult anybody but the roofer, do we?
Nope, because you have to go through the Office of School Planning. That $57,000, if I don't have an engineer submit plans to them and get it approved, then we don't get that $57,000.
So it's the statement. We gotta follow the.
Yeah, because it is a public school facility. And so if you don't get that engineer's approval, you don't get that funding. And that's contingent on all of the needs-based public school capital. You know, you couldn't just go, hey, we've got a local person, they're going to build us a new school. If they don't submit plans to DPI to get approval, you're not building a new school. And you're not getting the needs-based public school capital funding. No, you'll see a plethora of names because they tend to be regional usually. And so you'll see that, and you'll see it's about 10%. They'll range anywhere from 10 to 18% on consulting fees pretty consistently across the state. And just to add to that, and then I'll let you go, Mr. Hales. We selected this group for roofing specifically because you can select, this was a request for qualifications too. You don't select an engineer based on what they charge. You can't, it's not allowed. But what I wanted is someone, especially at the start of this, because I was new to school construction and facilities and maintenance. I wanted someone who was going to help and make sure we followed all the rules for bidding, could have a relationship with the engineers in the Office of School Planning and get plans approved. Because there's other groups that don't have that relationship and it takes them 18, 24 months.
So there's more in that feed than just saying, yeah, you need to replace the roof.
Right. So
Okay.
it's the engineering plans. They also help with the bidding and they know who bids out roofs, and they have I can post it in our local paper and I can put it online, but that doesn't always get everybody to come to the table and even submit a bid. And then construction administration, because I wear a lot of hats. I can't always be there and check up on the lead guy and go, y'all are nailing outside the nailing strip on those shingles. I'm not going to be able to climb on the roof every single day and follow up with the head guy and check up on that. So it includes, in my case, bidding, support, engineering, and construction administration. So I have an extra set of eyes on this that they're doing it all day, every day. And they might pick up on something because I know some things, but I don't know everything about, say the ice and water shield as it has to go around and meet the exhaust for the bathrooms. They'll know a lot more about that because they're looking at it all day, every day in their job. And I only look at it on certain projects. So that's included in that. And I picked, when we selected a group that would handle all of that on purpose, where some groups are just going to charge you the 10%, give you the drawings and nothing else. And so we made that selection with intent.
Okay. And I would add to what Sean said. It also becomes especially helpful when you have a group that may be 13 months over on a project date, like we have right now.
on HVAC, these groups can also assist you with giving you information like, you need to talk to them about their a surety bond and some of those types of conversations. So,
There's more than just the consultant. They're consultants on our behalf too.
Correct.
So we can get through the process. Walk away.
Yeah, and then, like I said, there are some that would take their 10% and just hand you some engineered drawings and be gone. And I don't want to work with those firms. So I made those choices intentionally to bring us back around to one of the two parts of this discussion, talking about the new pre-K 2. To be honest, Dr. Johnson and I started talking about this years ago, sitting in his office one day, and I actually had some dreams sketched out on a piece of paper. You remember that, Dr. J?
Yeah.
Where it had the separate wings? Because eventually it's going to have to be done. And he had sort of an idea about it, and we just discussed it. We really didn't bring it forth at the moment because there were a lot of other things he had to tackle and I had to tackle. Things to just consider as you're mulling this. We know we have some immediate needs that, you've heard I'm addressing as quickly as I can. We've got the middle school, which is a need. We've got to figure out a way to fund it. But as you think about the pre-K 2 school and why we would pursue that maybe as opposed to the middle school is, the needs-based public school capital comes with some things that go, are you running out of space? Well, right this moment, we're running out of space at Butler. Not quite as much at L.C. Carr. We're not running out of space at the middle school. So all of a sudden that portion of our score goes way down. They give extra weight to if you're consolidating two schools because there's some operational efficiency in making it one building envelope, if that makes sense, and upgrades of equipment and the way buildings are made. And so they look at that as a weighting factor. As you're mulling this and what you might want to do as a board, here's another factor you've got to consider. Needs-based public school capital will not fund any land acquisition. We don't have any land to build a new pre-K 2 school. That we'd have to build it to be about 900 capacity just to make sure we can handle any growth we have. Because we have a lot of kids between Carr and Butler, to be honest. And so we'd have to, I would hate to see us build it for any less than a capacity of 900. And then if you want amenities, instead of a multi-purpose building like we've got, maybe you want a full-size gym to serve this age group. Well, then that changes your cost. Maybe we want a building that has a room like our county auditorium where there's a place for traditional board meetings, but then a place that could be seating that's not bolted seating that you could use for other types of things. Maybe that's something you consider. And so that's where you look at these architects and their presentations, our response to our RFQ, and go, who might be most suited to have discussions with us on those things and can tell us, well, if you add a full-size gym, it's going to add an extra extra $1 million to your cost. And they help guide you through that based on what I've heard talking with other people, because I'm not an expert in this by any means, but I've talked to some people about it. And so you try to pick a firm that will help guide the school district and the board through that discussion and making those decisions. What are absolutes must-haves? What are things we would like to have that are feasible? And what are some things we would love to have that just aren't feasible? And they know it because they're out there doing it, and they know the construction cost, and they have their figures. Dr. Johnson was talking about numbers. If you on your time pull up these responses, all of these architectural firms list facilities they have built in different time frames, and you will see that a 900 square foot elementary school that has for capacity of 900 students, it's not even close to 42 million. It's not close to 44 million. So then you have discussion of how you make up that gap. And it's not a march to 1 million because we want to have an aux gym and make sure we have a decent auditorium. It's it's going to take 60 million. Our county can't commit it. We've got 42 million from the state, 2 from the county. What do we do with 16 million? I don't know. And so there's things you got to discuss. And I keep telling Dr. Johnson this. I don't think he likes my quip, but I learned it from my granddad. The land acquisition is a hurdle. My granddad used to say, son, they ain't making no more land. Don't give away my land. Don't you, when you inherit this, don't you give away the farm because they ain't making no more land. And you have a lot of people that have that ingrained in them. And if they're going to sell property, they're going to put a price tag on it that lets you know that they know they ain't making no more land. So you gotta weigh that in because there's land acquisition costs that's not even part of the 42 million.
Well, I got a couple quick. So, how, for a school this size, the K2 school this size, how many acres do they, I don't know who they is, but how much do they recommend?
They've built elementary schools of this size in tight spaces in urban areas. But if you want to meet some of there's guidelines about, for this age of student, you need this much square foot of playground space. There's going to be pre-K. If you do pre-K, there's additional square footage of requirements and additional square footage for size of rooms, and it impacts your outside play areas. And there's a whole list of, I can pull them up if you want to see them, but there's a whole list of recommendations. And then there's some requirements. Like I said, the pre-K is a requirement. If you don't meet their requirements, you don't have a pre-K program. And so I would hate to see us do it. For example, the high school, when it was built, we actually procured, it looks back on the records, we procured about 65 acres. Now, part of that is where the auxiliary services sits. And then through that tree line, just beyond where we park for ball games, we actually own, or the county actually owns part of that cleared farmland back there. If you look on the GIS, you'll see it. There's a triangle shaped piece. So the school itself probably sits on more like, Clinton High School sits on more like 30 acres. And it was built for 1,100 students max. Well, if you do pre-K, you cannot have a second floor. So then you got to increase your footprint.
You're talking
So,
a minimum of 50 acres.
I would say 40 at the bare minimum, 40 acres, because you got to have a drive that doesn't impact traffic. You're going to have to do a traffic study. You're going to have to do all those things. So,
So you're talking at a minimum, just for the board's information, current appraised values, and this, you're talking a minimum of $250,000.
yeah,
Just in the
minimum,
land
minimal,
acquisition.
minimal.
Question I had though, and I'm not being judgmental of the grant, because free money is free money, but if I budget a construction project and my budget says $50 million, 10% overages, change orders, whatever, 50 million bucks, and the needs-based capital's 42. All right, and then the county commissioners are gonna fund another 4.
They're required to commit a minimum of 5%.
So do we know where the discrepancy is? I guess what I'm asking, why the magic number of 42 million?
Well, and until 2 years ago,
Yeah.
it was 32 and 42. It was 32 for elementary and 42 for
Well,
high.
they just not raised the number to match construction costs.
Exactly.
Basically what they're not doing.
Yeah.
And the other thing I wanted to.
And it's coming again. It's all coming out of lottery funds.
Sure.
And you hear people, where do the lottery funds go? Well, this is where they go, to this.
Yeah.
And so that's why we don't have lottery funds just to spend on other things.
Right.
So,
The other thing I was gonna add, talking about expenses and pulling $500,000 out of fund balance, and it might be $1 million, might be $1.1 million. One thing we've not talked about at all, and I don't know how much this would impact it, Emily might take some digging, I'm sure. How much of our, if some of that $500,000, and I'm sure it is operational costs, it's gonna be repetitive. The feds did lower interest rates today by 0.5%. So you're gonna start to see, not across the board, but you are gonna start to see some operational costs come back down. How much, don't know. Depending on what economists you read, when you're at home, you're gonna see 2 or 3 more rate cuts next year. So those are some things to consider. Part of that $500,000 has been in a time in our economy where interest rates have been through the roof, inflation, food prices, you name it, everything has been exponentially higher. You're going to start to see a few of those key indicators come down a bit. So hopefully that helps balance some of that increase.
851, John, is the number of pre-K through second graders as of today.
yeah, that's why I would recommend we build it for a capacity minimum of 900. I would hate to see us go less than that. Our enrollment's pretty stable, but you've got to plan for growth. You don't want to make the mistake. I don't know if any of you remember when they built Hobton Middle, and there were concerns that went around and got published in papers and different things that, why in the world do we've got empty classrooms, we wasted money. And within a year they had mobile units at Hobton Middle. But they thought we overspent and wasted money because we had, I think at the onset, 4 empty classrooms, and it was shortly 3, and then it was 2, and then within a year we were adding mobile units. So I would really hate to see us, if we pursue this, because it's not a given that, minimum 900 capacity, because we could likely have some growth. So
There was one year, Northwest Cardiff Elementary, 190 students, $39.6 million. What year? 2023. Okay.
yeah, so there's options, but you got to figure in, we got to come up with some land acquisition.
But that's not with the lane.
Yeah, so if you go with certain amenities, you might fit within 44 million. But if you go with a full-size gym and a board meeting room, you might not be there. So we'd have to have a lot of discussions about, what is absolute, what is feasible, what's not. I think Dr. Brunson mentioned in some discussions Dr. J and I had with her when they were talking about the new high school. We really, really wanted to put in a facility so the swim team didn't have to go elsewhere, because at the time we didn't have the Y either. And that was just, it got nixed fairly early because the architect was able to say, no, that's not going to be feasible with what they knew about our budget. So that'll just be discussions if we go down that path to a new facility.
To get the space, we do the water and all that for the Olympic size pool for the yeah, for the pool, so then we have a gym.
And then that bleeds over into OpEx, like Mr. Hales was talking about. You've got capital expenditures and operating expenditures, CapEx and OpEx, and you have to make some strategic decisions. One of the things I've been bringing to cabinet is, and there's a reluctance to do it, and rightfully so, technology is not going away, and you're going to have to refresh it. Well, you could put it on a lease cycle. A lot of schools have. Businesses have been doing it for a long time. But then you're shifting it out of CapEx and OpEx. It becomes an operating expense very quickly, because if you don't pay the lease, they come pick it up and it's gone. And so you have to make that decision too, as you envision what you want as a facility. What can you maintain for the long term. You know, maybe we got a bunch of money and we put in a Olympics pool, but then during the pandemic year, could we have maintained it? It might have had to been drained and become a terrarium or something because we just couldn't maintain it.
Yes. So again, what I desired for tonight to be, since we were receiving the information from the auditor and John was going to be talking about the needs-based capital, and we had these numbers from the news numbers. I just kind of, and we had the architectural information. I just kind of wanted to start the conversation. You know, I mean, we understand it's getting late and we've been here since 4 o'clock, and Ms. Worley's told me before, we don't want to make tough decisions as we grow and tired. So I guess what I'm asking is, the direction that we want to go, do you think that we need to give you all some time to study these 4 proposals? And maybe when we come back in October, maybe kind of have some more discussion about this and maybe discuss the feasibility of setting up maybe a couple of interviews with maybe 2 firms or.
Yes. Yes, sir. I think it's worth exploring, especially as Mr. Hills mentioned. I mean, our schools are very old and we're gonna keep putting money, keep putting money, keep putting money, keep putting money. So when is enough enough? I mean, is it a risk that we would have to take? And I'm only speaking for myself, I copied that line from him. But it's the truth. I mean, for our sustainability as we look forward, our buildings are not equipped with what sometimes some of the students need, are not accessible. And I mean, we've retrofitted them to work for what we need. I think it's time that we start looking at things and see when it's the correct time for us to do it. I mean, obviously there might not be the correct time ever, but we have to, if other schools take the chance, why not take the chance? I think our community also will see that we're trying to bring better things to this community.
Yeah, good points, and other points I want to just plant in your mind as you're mulling this. We have a lot of transitions for elementary students.
Amen.
As they matriculate. This would help at least keep a little bit of stability for them pre-K 2 if this proceeds. And the other thing is a new facility can be much easier to maintain in regards to safety, because we're not going to build it with all these separate buildings that are connected by free and open walkways, and that's not how schools are built anymore. Unfortunately, you have to entertain that. And so that plus newer construction, less maintenance costs over the initial term, and then efficiency as far as operations, you know, just in lighting and HVAC and all of that.
If College Street was to be sold, go ahead. With that money, then acquire the land that we would need.
And all the discussions that John and I are having with developers, the expectation is College Street is given.
Because the building's in that better shape.
Building is 110 years old. In
100
lieu of.
Yeah.
Now there's going to, now what we're trying, what John and I are trying to ask for, because we felt like this was something that the board kind of shared with us, is can we get some, can we receive some type of, in-kind donation
or quid pro quo for the Latin terms of, hey, if you develop this, can we have a couple of efficiencies where student teachers can stay instead of driving back and forth an hour from wherever they're in college, from NC State or from UNCW? Or can we have an efficiency apartment where we have an administrator move in, they want to move their family here, they can't move them immediately, they have a place to stay. And because if you keep a student teacher in our community, we're much more likely to recruit them in the future. And so the other thing we have to weigh is I have some engineering reviews from the 1911 piece of the College Street property that the ultimate bottom line, like Adam said, our qualified opinion and the end of the letters, the end qualified opinion from that engineer was you'd be better off to tear it down and build new. And that was in the 80s. But it's a historic structure that has a lot of emotion attached to it and sentimental value. And if it can be repurposed and someone's willing to take that on and leverage the historic tax credits, good for them.
But everybody that I know, when I was a little boy, that was old, that went to college, is dead and gone. And me and mine were about the last recruit that went through there when it was still a school. There weren't many years after I went through that we won't walk in the halls in that building anymore. And there's a reason for it, and a bulldozer would be a good idea.
One of the first things I looked at is I had a local guy in construction. I'm not going to name the name because we're in a public meeting. They walked it with me when Dr. Johnson first asked me to do facilities and maintenance. And I didn't share with them what I just shared about the historic document. I said, just put eyes on this with me because you do construction. And they walked through it and they're like, John, I hate to tell you, but I would knock it down and start over. But it has a lot of sentimental value. I mean, when Dr. Johnson and I had to cut the tree out front, we took a lot of heat because we cut down an oak tree out front that a tree-sized limb fell off of, and the inside was hollow. We had to take it down, or it was going to crush some cars for Telemon. And this is not just Clinton City. This happens in communities across the nation. And luckily, these two developers we've just recently talked with have done this with schools in this same situation. And both of them have said, our building's in much better shape than the last one I just renovated. And so I'm hoping that and Dr. J and I are leveraging some value out of that for Clinton City Schools if we can. But if we want to sell it, it's going to have to go up for public auction. And
It'll be like
nobody's, I mean, unless somebody comes up later that has some other vision for it that's going to pay a premium, you might get $60,000 out of it, and that's not going to go far.
Unless they wanted to make a donation to a loan and we put their name. Yeah.
Yeah, we have those physical copies, and I have 2 more sets that I will bring over and I will leave with the superintendent's office. So if you want a physical copy, I'll have them, but the same exact content is available digitally. But we'll leave physical copies of all these responses here in the superintendent's office if you want the physical book to go and grab.
Is there, we can look and find this out, I think I know the answer. But is there 1 or 2 in that stack that have ties to the needs-based capital grants, ties to shaving costs in this region? I think I know the answer.
You'll have to peruse the responses until we interview and are publicly interviewing and narrowing the selection. you have access. You can read the responses as well as we have, and I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you.
What number three that you have done, you said you have some that you'll bring over.
These are the just sets of that. It's just copies. We have 4 physical sets copies. We're going to leave 3 in the superintendent's office, and we'll retain 1 of the physical. So if you want to have a physical copy, it's not different vendors or architect firms. It's just physical copies.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, yeah, Jonathan actually has some information.
Yes, as you know, Madam Chair, thank you. Great conversation, board. That's exactly what I was looking for from tonight. John, to open up the good news. I'm gonna try to get through this pretty quickly. We'll review our shout outs. Again, this is put together by Dr. Molinas each week. But we had the 3 weeks since our last board meeting. We shouted out our child nutrition staff for ensuring all of our students are fed on a daily basis. Kudos to our 4th grade math team teachers. They jumped right in. I was involved. I actually went to the site. Teresa was at another meeting, so she did it Zoom. They jumped right in and were willing to engage in this math training called Patterns for math teachers in the state. We thanked our bus drivers recently for ensuring our students make it to school safely each day. We couldn't do it without them. Shout out to all of our community supporters. We have, and y'all know this, we have a ton of community supporters that assist us with Dark Horse pantries and backpacks. Just the other day, we received 2 gift cards of $1,000 each that we presented at the board meeting the other night. And then, of course, heartfelt thank you to all the members of Clinton High School for the compassion and kindness that they recently showed during the difficult period. That's not gone unnoticed, and we appreciate each and every one of you for coming together to support one another. Put the Clinton Band Day up there. We are making sure that everyone is aware of our Clinton Band Day on October the 5th. These are the bands that have signed up to participate. If you would like to sponsor a trophy, the information is right there. Or if you know someone that would like to sponsor a trophy, the hyperlink is provided.
There's about 30 left to sponsor. We did pick up a new band. We're adding Triton High School.
All right. Good. Go Triton.
Right now, he's got opening ceremony slated for 2:45 p.m.
245 cafe grants. You know, our teachers through can apply for cafe grants and through generous donations like Honey's Way and other groups. Those are the dates for our cafe grants. The information's there for them as well. Just a reminder for our Dark Horse Fellows, they need your support any amount. We need to be 50% of our staff to support the Dark Horse Fellows program. This was last week numbers, and we were at 12.32%. Again, we've talked to a lot of our teachers, and we know that when you first come back from the summer and you've not been paid for a couple of months and you're being hit with hospitality news and everything else. And they know that we've gotten a couple of months on this one. So they pretty much, a lot of them have said, we're going to do Dark Horse, but just can we wait till the September check? So yeah, we've been having those conversations. The rest is just Hello September, Hispanic Heritage Month. And then reminder, I don't know how many of you are aware, but we do have our National Night Out. That's usually in the summer, but it's in collaboration with Clinton PD. It's October the 1st. That's really not a great night for us because we got a home volleyball game against Midway there. But they didn't ask us when to do it, and so it's October the 1st. We're going to support that as well. John, if you skip to the other good news, I'm not going to talk about the 3rd newsletter, but we sent it out the other day. Again, thank you to Ms. Iverson and Ms. Hayes for putting that together. It's basically the good news from the month before. Then we put it into the newsletter. Not going to click on the picture, but recently the Clinton City Schools Board of Education was awarded the Gold Bell Award from the North Carolina School Board. Dr. Brunson's received that award in Jacksonville the other day, and that's what that picture is. And we thank you that you are always ensuring that you are receiving your credit. You have to receive 12 point. All members of the board have to receive at least 12 credit hours to get the gold medal. We were one of, it's only about
12 or 15 districts in the state.
Miss H, really, want to get that award.
Don't you rush to the cousin? Yeah. Yeah. A huge shout out to our BOG and our third graders and our third grade teachers, but not only the third grade teachers, but the K2 teachers that work diligently to ensure that our K3 students were prepared. The BOG is an assessment that is given in the first 10 days of the school year for third graders. We had 20 or a couple more that might have picked up through the retest. It was 20 to pass the BOG, which my knowledge is the largest that we've had. Why is that important? Because the third graders is equivalent of scoring proficient in the grade. And so shout out to them and their K2 teachers and third grade teachers for ensuring they were prepared. John, can we look on that picture for that Co-Harry powwow? It's a great picture. I went to the Co-Harry powwow on Saturday, and in the grand entry, I captured this. I just happened to be in the right place at the right time, because there were lots of people there. Like Pastor Russ said, over 3,000. I just happened to be right there. But these are a lot of our students in the grand entry. All the young people were kind of in one section. And so I captured that picture. Many of our students were participating in the Co-Harry powwow that day. And you'll see a lot of our kids in that picture. So I definitely wanted to share that. It's the 54th annual Co-Harry powwow. It was a big turnout. I had a good time. I hung out with Bruinsons. We ate some collard green wraps. Never had one of those. That was pretty good. Yeah, the fry bread. Good stuff. I had fry bread before. It was really good. Schindler activities. They just donated this, I believe, last week. John, click on that picture. Schindler brought by some school supply drives, and Ms. Peterson made sure that those got to all the schools. So we thank the Schindler Activities Committee for collecting those items for us. And again, just loads of community support from Clinton City Schools. Another group, the Academic Abundance Incorporated, with the help of the Rotary Club, we packed some dignity bags for female personal hygiene, and we gave those items to Sunset and Sampson Middle School. And so, you know, if a young lady has a need for personal hygiene item, we have those there at Sunset and Sampson Middle. Big shout out to the Rotary Club and Academic Abundance. I never thought to put this in here, but every year we get Wayne County Fair tickets. And so the organizers bring those tickets to us. They ask how many kids we've got, and they give us all free admission. So big thanks to Wayne County Fair organizers for providing the free tickets to the Wayne County Fair. Wayne County Fair, yes, nice. It's a nice. Butler Avenue recently hosted Donuts for Grown-Ups, and you can see that it was a big turnout. They actually served over 720 donuts. The students and their families that day. Great turnout. I've got a couple other photos, but you can see those at a later time. That they're in there for you for your perusal. Also, this week, right now, going on 17th through the 20th. We have got class acts going on, which are grades 1 through 8. But we did have to, because of the 2-hour delay, 5th grade did not get to go. So it's grades 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8 that will be participating in class acts. Again, big shout out to Clinton Sampson Chamber of Commerce and all of our sponsors for making that an opportunity for our students. Clinton City Schools will participate in Family Day at White Lake. I believe we've sent this out numerous times. You've probably seen it on your emails, but it is this weekend.
No,
Next week.
it's been changed.
They changed it.
Yesterday.
Take one day this week.
Okay, well, bummer.
It'll be the 28th.
Because I was really excited because we were off this weekend for football, but anyway, it got changed to 28. So don't look at that pamphlet. But we'll do the 28. But we will receive 10% of all profits will be donated to the school district to assist with the new I put school board. We're not gonna have a new school board. We're gonna have a new scoreboard.
You might have it tonight.
In the Sanderson Middle School gym, so, I'll change that before it goes out. And then a big shout out, it's a great picture here, John. Members of our varsity football team greeted our, Butler Avenue students arrived at the school. And I've got a couple of more photos. Photo 2 and photo 3 actually shows them like opening the car door. We had students that were also out at the bus parking lot, greet the students as they came in. But that's always awesome when you can have your students there. There's also donuts for grown-ups for that same day. So
Maybe that's where the 700 donuts went.
yeah. All the people that came as they came in. So big shout out to our football team for their support of our elementary schools. And they inspire. They like seeing the kids there and inspiring them to be a part. I do have a thank you card to read to you tonight. This says, "Thank you very much." This was received on September the 12th. Clinton City Schools, thank you for your kindness during the passing of my brother. God bless you all. Tanisha Boykin, who is one of our counselors at Sampson Middle School, she recently lost her brother. She wanted to make sure that I read about that too. Enrollment numbers, John, if you'll pull those up. We just talked about a few of those. Oh man, you need access, John. Let's see if I can share that with you. John, you should have access.
This is I'm on the CCS BOE account. CCS BOE at Clinton.
Okay, try it again, John.
Yep, there we go.
All right, so the new, I apologize for that. The new numbers, as you can see, we're up now to 3,046 students. So that number is, remember it correctly, it may be the highest in now going into my 7th year here. So numbers are you can see what the breakdown is. Again, 851 students in pre-K through 2nd grade. So I always like to share those numbers.
Yesterday?
As of yesterday, yes, sir.
Yesterday.
Yes, sir. Something I thought was interesting is not really relevant right now, but John, if you click that Carolina demography, Latino population, the 3 largest Latin American Latin population or Hispanic population or Latino population in North Carolina is Duplin 1, Sampson 2, and Lee County number 3. And so, of course, as our Hispanic and Latin population continue to grow, of course, the students in our schools that are of Hispanic and Latino descent continue to grow as well. So just thought that might be interesting and relevant to the conversation.
Dr. Johnson, quick question.
Yes.
Just out there on the left field, is there any designation? Is there any designation for our school districts if we reach a certain percentage?
Not that I'm aware of. Talking about like community colleges.
Like community colleges are now being designated, with their demographics, and then they're able to apply for additional money.
Right.
And I'm just trying to see if there are any spots that we can
Yeah.
touch on.
I know, that's a great question. I shared this sometime last year. Last year was the first year that our schools, Hispanic, Latino, became the #1 demographic in all 5 schools. At one time, our high school was still not, Hispanic was still not #1, but last year was the first year that all 5 of our schools were now Hispanic, Latino majority schools.
And again, as we discussed the opportunity to build new schools and everything, I just didn't know. There's money out there in any foundation that could help us out.
Yeah. Proposed graduation date. I was a little surprised by this. I like this date. I hope the board does too, but the new proposed graduation date for this school year, 2025, is Friday, May 23rd at 7:30. That's the day it's the last school day.
I thought it would be 7:30.
It's not going to be dark at all. In fact, I was told by a couple members of the board that last year at 7, y'all were looking directly into the sun. And so we're hoping that 7:30 might be better. And, maybe a little bit further down. Actually, one board member told me thought it would be best if it was 8 o'clock. But I think we've kind of compromised in the middle. I asked,
Fireworks would be better if it was,
I asked the principal exactly, 'cause he's the one that came up with the time through his school improvement team. I said, have you talked to your counselors? He said, absolutely. They were in the meeting. They were the ones that suggested it. Friday, May 23rd at 7:30 PM. It will be very similar to last year. Only thing different is it's not on a Wednesday and it's 30 minutes later than the start time.
And I'm gonna lobby hard that we just put the stage in the middle of the field and the graduates between us and the home stands and reconfigure it. I've been lobbying for that for several years because we don't have the pandemic concerns of spreading out. And then just, yeah, we used to do it years ago when we did outside.
Take the word proposed on. It's just going to be graduation date, Friday, May 23rd, 7:30. John and I met with the emergency management officials. I'll just say that I used the term good, open, and frank discussion. Where's the picture? Said what I need to say. The chief said what he needed to say. Mr. King, Dr. King kind of jumped in as well. Again, our biggest concern has been when we're trying to make decisions about weather, you don't need to be on that high. I mean that, making a decision on our own. All you need to do is go read the post from New Hanover Schools interim superintendent, Chris Barnes. He wrote this like 17-page soliloquy, basically apologizing, but he acted in collaboration with the emergency management. They didn't realize how bad this storm was going to be. But if you're acting on an island and you're not acting with the emergency management, then fingers are going to be pointed at you. And we always want to ensure that we have the most up to date. I did put an email example because we are receiving those now. Jared is sending those out. This was the briefing from the tropical cyclone that caused all of the issues in Brunswick and New Hanover County. But we're now getting that information, and they now understand what other counties are receiving that we have not been privileged to that type of information. So we are going to get those examples of emails, but we also want them to ensure that we are at the table when they are making decisions and discussing needs for like a shelter, and then that just not be sprung upon us and we've not had actual conversations.
I don't think you were sprung upon. I think you were left completely in the dark.
How did they receive what you guys had to say?
They listened, and acted like that things were going to be much improved, and we will hope that they will. I brought up the facts that we have this new facility, and that we were told that this is where the school officials are going to sit when we have the meetings, and we've yet to be invited to a meeting. But we were, you guys sit when you go, is what the discussion that I reminded them. But they reminded us that we're not the control group. We're saying we don't need to be the control group, but we do need to have a seat at the table when you're making these.
You have school if there's a shelter. Well, then, if we're not in the control group, we ain't got a seat at the table. Get in to put a roof on their building. And I'm gonna say this. You know, we might not be in the control group, but I do agree with the board, with my group here, board members. We have students, we have logistics to take care of.
Yep.
We have, parents that need to know what we're doing. I mean, we're part of this. It's not just we showed up and we're taking ownership. And I get it. Some rules are made the way they are, but professional courtesy can go a long way too, with us understanding what role we play in all this.
Yep, that was shared. I reiterated some of Dr. Johnson's concerns and shared that we have to be in the discussions earlier and know which way you're leaning, Because if you're leaning towards open a shelter, that would propel us to make some arrangements and to think through our plans, particularly with child nutrition. It just happened this time because school hadn't gotten underway. We had a ready supply of food. But at any other time, that would not have been the case. And we've got to be in that discussion and know which way they're leaning so we can make plans like you just alluded to, Dr. Rodriguez. We have logistics to manage and a set of stakeholders to inform, and we need to be in that discussion.
And don't we have to have an employee there? Yes. I mean, well, we got the janitors, we got to have employees, we got to
Yep.
have people.
Custodian and building administrator have to be in place when we have a shelter at a minimum. No, you cannot have any other use of the facility when it's designated a shelter.
Dr. Johnson, just out of curiosity, is the same courtesy extended to the county schools? Do they go through the same thing?
The county schools also does not have a seated.
Well,
there's not a city of Clinton employee that has.
that's just not reasonable. It's not reasonable. You can't make decisions in a vacuum and expect everybody to go running. I mean, you just showed the numbers of how many students we have.
So we shared the concerns. Did we get anywhere? I'm not sure. We'll see in the next time there's a storm. I will tell you that I'm now receiving emails, which I'm giving you an example to aid in our decision. It was quickly said, we're not, John, you correct me if I'm wrong, we're not going to tell you when to close schools. Well, I know in other districts, they specifically give a
recommendation.
They give them a recommendation. We feel like it's in your best interest to have a 2-hour delay, close schools. This most recent 2-hour delay that we had, there was no recommendation. There was no discussion. Jamie and I were talking. Bill, Jamie and I were talking. I was sending you guys the maps that Jamie was collecting, but we were still not receiving recommendations. We would like to receive a recommendation from emergency management. As Jamie pointed out, we have degrees and doctorates in educational leadership. We're not
the subject matter experts on those type of things.
Right.
We're
Ray
not.
Hornrine would have never let this happen.
No.
That's a failure in leadership on the emergency management's part. Because I have seen Ray Hornrine do amazing things with a minimum amount of people. And he has got things done when he was head of emergency management and head of emergency services for the county. And that's just poor leadership on their part, and they need to get off their high horse.
We're hopeful it's going to be better, and I will keep you guys posted if it is or if it isn't. Yes, get emails. There is a fall. John's he's pulling it up. They sent this out. If you would all like to be a part of this fall listening tour, the North Carolina Rural Center is going to be coming around, and they are coming to Sampson County. The date is up there, October. John, what's his name? Keep going, John. This was information about completing the survey. And then they are coming to Clinton on October the 15th at the Sampson County Livestock Facility from 1 to 3 p.m. So if you would like to have your voice heard, you can do that in the survey, or you can also go and have a face-to-face sit-down conversation with them. I do believe we filled out the survey in cabinet the other day.
Is this the governor? Some of it.
The North Carolina Rural Center will tour the state, visiting 15 communities to hear and learn from our partners about the persistent challenges and issues facing rural communities.
I did that one time.
Yeah, this is that rural center. Voter registration, we are going to have voter registration at Clinton High School on September the 26th during lunch. We're going to follow the board policy, and there is an example of the display that they're going to have at the table that day.
register to vote. How will I vote? I'll prepare to vote. I know how to get help for answers. It is nonpartisan. And I will encourage others to vote. We're going to take registration there according to the board policy 3640 and 5130, which I have included in there as well. We've talked about this before, but the ECU Connect Tamos will be in October the 10th, and we have 16 students that have registered. ESS, I put in here, there's been some growing pains, but communication is much, much improved. We thank ESS for the work that they're doing. We think, definitely thank them for the enhanced communication. Thrive Scholars is the next one, John. It's further down. As y'all know, we started, well, we didn't start, but Thrive Scholars has been around for a while. Thrive Scholars took on Clinton City Schools in Sampson County last year. It will continue this year. November the 13th at 8:30 a.m. is our presentation with our new scholar recruitment coordinator, Paloma Figueroa. And there is information on the landing page right there if you would like to know more information about Thrive Scholars. The next one is really interesting. So this vacancy data, each year, the North Carolina School Superintendents Association, primarily through the help of people like Ms. Sheila Peterson and Pink, receive this information on the number of vacancies across the state. The biggest thing to notice is in 2024, the far right district reporting, this is from all 115 school districts. All 115 school districts reported this information. It's important to note that classified vacancies are now at 2,983 as of September the 9th. And that teacher vacancies.
Sorry.
You good, John? But the total number of vacancies is 8,335. We kind of talked about this in cabinet. A lot of those vacancies, you see the green arrows. A lot of those vacancies are primarily probably because the loss of ESSER funds. And now districts are being a little more cautious on their faculty and having that's still a good number, but it's also important to point out that the bottom number under that, where you see the 4 school years, the number of residency licensed teachers across the state, which residency means the old like emergency certification people. So you can see that that number just in those 4 years, that's what, 2.5. So again, when Dr. B tells you there's not many teachers that are in a licensure program anymore, she's telling you the truth, because both of our teachers were finding with 4-year degrees, but they, come to the profession a different route other than the traditional route of teacher prep. Let's call it. Wanted to share that with you. John, a little further down, item 28. There is it might be best for Ms. Peterson to talk about this, but there is a requirement to collect immunization information from all incoming students. And then you also have to collect it for kindergarten, 7th, and 12th graders. If you have individuals that do not meet those immunization requirements, you give them a letter after letter after letter. We provide opportunities for Commonwealth Health to come out. They were at Greg's school the other day when I was serving as principal there. But if they cannot meet the deadlines that we have to establish, then unfortunately we do have to put those students out until they can meet the deadlines. Anything you want to say about that, Ms. Peters?
It's state mandate.
State mandate. Wanted you all to be aware of that. You all know we were selected to participate in the North Carolina Youth Tobacco Survey. We did work with the administration of that survey. It was just NCDHHS to take out the question that the board and the cabinet had concerns about. And so we will now participate in that survey without that question. So just wanted to share that with you. Y'all all know about the new mini budget that was passed that was not favorable to public education, but very favorable to opportunity scholarships. I say it wasn't favorable, but some districts did get ADM allotment increases through that. We're not one of them, but y'all know that the new mini budget was passed. So I wanted to share that with you. And then there's a bunch of dates, John, on that next page.
of things that are happening in our district that you might want to be aware of. Those are my items, Dr. B, and I will take any questions or other board members at this time.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. Any questions or comments from board members for Dr. Johnson? Your info overload?
Yeah.
Yes.
Looks like it. Okay.
I'm good.
All right. Thank you so much for all you do. All right. Next item, board